2014 Lotus Evora S Chrome Orange from Wright Automotive. By the way, in the first of the solstices, we didn't mention that Billy Price is here. He's riding in it. He will be singing the national anthem here when we do opening ceremonies. In solstice number 2, Corey O'Connor. In solstice number 3, Dwight Knowlton, the great, I want to say great artist, our poster artist this year and author of a couple of wonderful, I want to say children's books, but they're really children and adults books. And they've been on sale today. Yesterday he was at the Cortile signing and selling books and posters. We'll chat with him during our lunch break. If you are a car race fan, especially a fan of road racing history, you want to take a look at Dwight Knowlton's 2 books, one of which has been blessed, if you will, by Sir Sterling Moss, who's written the introduction to the book and has just recorded an audio version of the book about his famous Mille Miglia victory a few years ago, well, many years ago. Back to the solstices, I didn't mention that Brendan O'Brien, the son of Denny O'Brien, is in the 4th solstice. In solstice 5, Denny O'Brien, former Speaker of the State House of Representatives, who joined us during our opening ceremonies, I believe it was last year. Then usually we have a flatbed that comes around carrying a number of our corner workers. They come from near and far. A lot of Pittsburgh area workers are working on the corner stations. We're standing right by corner 15, but each one of the sections around the course has a group of what we call corner workers. They're flagging and communications. They're linked to race control by the start-finish line. They talk to each other. They keep an eye on the track. They signal drivers if there are difficult situations that they need to know about. And if there's a problem on track, they can call into master control. They've got brooms, flags, fire bottles, and much more. And they're all around the track, about 18 corner stations, all volunteers. And they come from all over the eastern U.S. to work this event. It's all volunteer, so if you'd like to join with them, if you'd like to work here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of sunshine, and you get up and close to the vintage racing action. Let us know, because we'd love to have you join with us. It takes about 1,000 volunteers in all to put on the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix each year, from folks working on the car shows to folks working on the races. Many hands do a lot of work here at Shenley Park. So I was going to say that a flatbed usually comes around with a group of the workers on it as they come in for their lunch break, and their lunch break has begun now. We also have ambassadors from the 2 organizations that benefit from the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. In addition, we'll have a couple of fire trucks that come from 2 nearby fire departments, volunteer fire departments that have volunteered to come this weekend to help us keep the event safe. So we want to make sure that we acknowledge the generous volunteer firefighters from North Bell Vernon and also from Smithton. In Smithton, they've been working at the Motordrome Speedway for years and step up to help us with the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix this weekend. We will have some special folks come to join us here right around station 15 for opening ceremonies in just a few minutes. Just a reminder that, as Hirsch mentioned this morning, if you heard the announcement, that if you have trouble hearing the PA this afternoon, You can tune it in on radio. I think it's 88.7, and it covers the park pretty well. So if you are in a situation where it's too noisy or where the speakers, PA speakers are too far away, you can use your portable FM radio. And we're also doing live streaming, video streaming this weekend. You can check that out. The information is available in the program. There's an ad in the back, but I think the web address is streamingpittsburgh.com/video/PVGP. I believe that's correct. And there's also a QR code. If you have your mobile device, you can shoot the QR code, and that'll link you to our video stream. We, if you watch the races on TV, you know that the racetracks have about, 20, 30 cameras covering every inch of the racetrack. We don't have that quite yet. We have a few cameras, so we can show you some of the action on the track and try to describe the rest. So you see right here by 15, right across from our Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix backdrop for our opening ceremonies, there's a camera on a platform. And there's one down by start-finish line, and one, I think, over by Phipps Conservatory. There are so many great corners on this track that it would be great to have one by a Westinghouse fountain, and a couple here in the S's up along the golf course. And over in the squiggly bits as the cars come down through the Serpentine down to start-finish line. Maybe next year or the year after we'll be able to add some extra cameras. But I will tell you that we've been recording a lot, both yesterday morning and this morning, here in the car shows and also in the paddock with some drivers by their cars. And those will be available to view online probably beginning next week when they're all edited and posted. Maybe you'll get a chance to see and hear some of them later on this afternoon between the races. The 33rd Annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix is presented by the Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation, who joined with us last year and helped us to make a record contribution to the two beneficiaries of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix through the years, the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. So that's why we're here, enjoy old cars and raise funds for those two organizations. And you probably have read the history, or maybe you know a little bit of the history of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, but it began in 1983, early meetings, or I should say the first meetings in the early part of the year, right nearby in Shadyside in Alan Patterson's garage. And we got the blessing of then Mayor Dick Caligiuri to run an event here on Shenley Park. It was held on as a one-day event on Labor Day weekend, on Labor Day, in fact. I think it was a Sunday here in Shenley Park, 1983, and the rest is history. And came about largely because the gunner, Bob Prince, voice of the Pittsburgh Pirates at the time, was a co-founder of the Allegheny Valley School, founded to serve children. And Myron Cope, longtime, really, sports voice of Pittsburgh, certainly the voice of the Pittsburgh Steelers, was personally interested in and involved in the Autism Society. And those two folks joined with us and actually used their clout to move this event along. And I think without the support of Bob Prince and Myron Cope, we would never have had a race. But now for 33 years, we've done this in Shenley Park, raising funds for the Allegheny Valley School and Autism Society. We're looking at the patron parking cars. It's a wonderful way to enjoy the races. They get a special area to park in, and then they get to parade on Sunday, right around the time of the opening ceremonies. They make a contribution to PVGP charities. in order to do that. And if you'd like to do that, check into patron parking. I tell you what, people sign up for patron parking early in the year. So if you want a good spot, you might think about making your reservation relatively early. Well, I'm watching some of the patron parking cars go by. BMW Z3 and MGB, beautiful Jaguar sedan, Mazda Miata, the brand new Miatas have just been introduced, but the early ones certainly have a classic shape, which they borrowed from the Lotus Elan. Politan. Can't wait to talk to Billy Price, a Pittsburgh musical legend who has a brand new album out. He's going to come and sing the national anthem. Here's one of our race cars. Fast qualifier, by the way, in his class yesterday, his race group, which is the Formula and sports racers, by far the quickest car in that group. Joe Bojalad. So we have a slate of 7 races coming up this afternoon, because the Marks of Italy are our mark of the year, if you will. We have combined all the Italian cars from the various classes, and we'll start the afternoon's races with the Italian mark race. And a nearby driver, Don Wanigat of New Kensington, has put his Alfa Romeo GTV on the pole for that race. Then after that, it's off to sports cars and pre-war cars, the various classes of production cars from Austin Healey Sprites to Jaguar XKEs, Formula cars, Lotuses and Elvas, some early Formula Vs, some sports racers, Lotus 7s and so on. It's a big field. A lot of great races coming up this afternoon. They're scheduled to be 8 laps or 20 minutes in length. Here are the solstices again, bringing some of our VIPs up. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Schenley Park. It's the 33rd annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, presented by the Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation and benefiting the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. My name is Ted Sawyer, and first, I want to introduce to you the Executive Director of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, Dan Del Bianco.
I want to welcome everybody here today to the 33rd annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. 33 years we've been holding this race and raising money for the Autism Society of Pittsburgh and Allegheny Valley School. We're so glad that you could join us here today. I'm going to turn around and introduce Reverend A, and it's very important. He's played a key part in keeping the weather warm and sunny for us the last couple of days.
Thanks, Dan. Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for loving us and for saving us. We thank you for this nation, and we pray your blessing be upon it. Now, as we celebrate our racing heritage, here with today's running of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, we pray for your blessing and protection on the drivers and all of us here. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
And now I'm delighted and honored to introduce a Pittsburgh musical legend to sing the national anthem. Please join us and welcome Billy Price.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You don't know how hard it is to do it with a 1-second delay in the PA. That is really amazing. We are in Schenley, and Schenley Park is an area that is overseen by City Councilman Corey O'Connor. Councilman?
Thank you very much. On behalf of the City of Pittsburgh, we want to thank everybody for coming out. This is always a great event that we look forward to. A lot of proceeds go to benefit a number of kids in the area. And we want to thank everybody here for coming and supporting this great event for 33 years and for hopefully 33 great more. So thank you on behalf of the City of Pittsburgh.
I hope you've picked up a program by now and seen the poster and the artwork on the pin. And I hope that you had a chance to stop by the Cortile yesterday and meet Dwight Knowlton. He is our Grand Poobah this year, the Grand Marshal. And he is our poster and program artist, and he is here with his son. And I just want to introduce him to you. And, well, hand him the microphone. Dwight.
I'd just like to thank everybody for having me this weekend and celebrating the Little Red Racing Car and a father and son story and vintage racing. I was blown away, first of all, just to be asked to do the poster art. This event is like no other. It's been amazing. We'll be back. And getting to experience it with my son and pass it on and be part of raising money for charity, it's just, there's nothing else like it. Want to come by and see me this afternoon? I'll be signing posters, selling copies of the Little Red Racing Car and the Greatest Race at the VIP tent. And just thanks again for having us.
Thank you, Dwight. Now a few comments from the chairman of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix Board, George Jacoby.
Hello, how are all of you today? Thank you for coming. Without you, we wouldn't have an event. And when you walk around today, if you see someone in a volunteer shirt, thank them, because they're all here giving their time so that we can have a good time today. And thanks to the city of Pittsburgh for lending us this wonderful park. It's been a great day. Now I would like to introduce to you the representative from our sponsoring group, John Putzier, the executive director of the Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation.
Thank you. The Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix for the second year. And I have the privilege and the honor of saying the most favorite words in racing. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Thank you.
All right, that's it. I think we're on our lunch break, but only for a few more minutes. So the drivers will be getting ready to go out for the first race of the afternoon, which is the race for the Italian mark cars. And you have your Cobra here this weekend?
No, I have the F-Type R Jag.
Oh, dear. I feel sorry for you.
I needed air conditioning.
Thank you, John. Billy Price. We've not met before, but I think all Pittsburgh Blues fans are fans of you. And first of all, congratulations on a long and successful career.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
But you have a brand new album out.
Yes, I do, with a singer from Chicago named Otis Clay, and the album's called This Time for Real.
And you're active these days. I think you're doing stuff at the Blues Festival next weekend.
I'll be at the Blues Festival on Friday night, yes.
And Billy Price has a website. You can catch up on his news and find out about recording projects and performances and so on. I don't know that you've been out to our event before.
No, I never have.
Well, we're honored to have you this year. Thanks so much, Billy.
Great to be here. Thank you.
Whether you're going to the great outdoors or just to Grandma's house, the new 2015 Jeep Renegade is the perfect ride, starting at just $17,995. Come in and test drive one today at the summer clearance event at Hillview Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
At Ally Bank, no branches equals great rates. It's a fact, kind of like mute buttons equal danger.
Next quarter. That sound good?
Not being on this phone call sounds good.
It's not muted. Was that you, Jason?
It was Jeffrey. It could have been Brenda.
Hello.
I'm Roya.
Hi, Roya. Nice to meet you.
Seth.
Hey, Seth. Terry. Have a seat. I have a video I want you to watch, and no matter what, I need you to stay focused. Don't take your eyes off the screen.
No, thank you.
Take it off. Eyes on the road.
Cat?
So, it is hard to stay focused. There are other things that steal our focus, like your cell phone. It would be cool if, at the touch of a button, your car could send a text response, allowing you to stay focused on your driving.
I mean, there's no such thing now, right?
Well, I was just going to introduce you to a car that can do that. The 2015 Chevrolet Cruze.
Wow. Wait, the Cruze does that? Nice.
Yep, check it out.
Beautiful. It's amazing.
So that's how your text would appear through your phone? And here are your preset responses that you can send out.
This will make it a little easier to keep my eye on the road.
That's pretty cool.
Technology's amazing.
I like it.
Every truck can tow a boat. Every truck can climb a hill. Every truck can haul a trailer. But not everyone can say they're the fastest growing truck brand in America. Guts, glory, Ram.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is precision. This is Denali from GMC.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned. The 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
The big cable and phone companies are slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. And you're left to wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're taking technology to new heights. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You can't wait for high-speed internet. And thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today.
Well, we're about ready to get going with our afternoon races, and we'll start out with our Italian Mark race, an 8-lap race for our race drivers who are driving Italian Marks this weekend, which is the mark of the year. And our race on video is presented by GMC. I'm happy to say that a local driver has the pole for this race, and that's Don Wanigat of New Kensington, Pennsylvania, in car number 74, the red Alfa Romeo GTV, on the pole with a fastest time of a 2:27.8. And again, originally these cars came to race in a variety of race groups, and we'll see them in their individual race groups later on. But we'll start out with an Italian Mark race, gathering cars from a variety of the classes. Don Wanigat on the pole. Starting second, car 227 from the under 1.5 liter category, and that's Bradley Price from Brooklyn, New York, in a 1959 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider Veloce. Starting third, car 55, Dottie Bechtel from Pittsburgh in her yellow Alfa Spider, 1972 Alfa Romeo Spider. Dottie, a member of the racing family, the Bechtels. John Bechtel here racing his Porsche 914-6 a little later on this afternoon. And actually, Dottie's group will be a little later on as well. Starting fourth, Pittsburgher from Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania, Mark Mailing, the driver of car 113. It's a lime green colored 1959 Abarth. It's a kind of a Fiat Abarth, although this particular one was completely built by the Abarth company, a Scorpion SS, and a car that that Mark's been bringing here to the races at Shenley Park for a number of years now, and it's the only, still, I think, the only Scorpion that I've seen on a racetrack, so it's a gem. Mark also was hoping to bring an Austin Healey Sprite to race, or it might be an MG Midget. It's a Sprigget anyway, a car that he recently obtained, but he had some technical problems with the car and can't be racing this weekend in that, but he is racing his Abarth Scorpion, car 113. Starting next, that's starting fifth, is car 212, Michael Fazzi from Midlothian, Virginia, in a Fiat 850 Spider. Starting next is car 555, Santos Spadaro from Rybrook, New York, in a 1958 Alfa Sprint Veloce. You'll see the Alfa Giulietta Spider, that's the roadster, and the Sprint usually designates the hardtop, the coupe version of the car. Starting 7th, car 43, Daniel Todd from Red Hill, Pennsylvania, in an Alfa Giulietta Spider. Starting 8th, from Knowlton, Quebec, just to the east of Montreal, driver of car 328, Alain Raymond, driving his Abarth 1000 TC, a car that looks like a Fiat 600 on steroids. And interesting story about that car. He broke a spindle, left front spindle yesterday, just snapped off. That's the kind of incident that can happen and send the wheel spinning off, but it didn't come all the way off. And so last night, his crew was scrambling and found some competitors and a local garage owner, Jim Boffo, who had some Fiat parts and some Fiats in his scrapyard. And they cut apart a left front suspension overnight and this morning and put the pieces on and have resurrected the car. And it went out and looked extremely fast this morning. In the practice session, Alain said afterwards the car was as fast as it's ever been. So a great effort, not only by Alain's mechanics last night and this morning, but he said from other competitors. And that's the way the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix drivers and race teams seem to work here at Shenley Park. There's a lot of cooperative action, even from competitors, lending and giving each other parts and expertise and tips and work and so on in the paddock, often unseen. So we want to make sure that we recognize that special Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix spirit that's here once again this weekend. That's car 328. And actually, you'll see it in the poster art. It's up front in the poster is a Ferrari 250 GT. And then right behind it this is Alain's car, car number 328, the red and white Fiat. Starting 9th, car 815, Joe Parlanti from North Potomac, Maryland, in a 1959 Abarth Zagato 750. And I'm not sure whether we'll see him, but if he's here, Scott Hill will be starting car 143. Scott Hill from Middletown, New York, in a 1960 Alfa Giulietta. So we are under 5 minutes, or do we have cars on course? We are under 5? All right, they are on their pace lap now. They go out behind the pace car and some safety cars. They lap slowly, and when they get near us, by the serpentine is the squiggly bit at the last part of the circuit where the cars come down in S's between the stone walls from the golf course. Then the field kind of slows down and bunches up. The pace car runs off into the distance, and then the field approaches the start line right to my right, and either they get a green flag to start or a wave off, and almost always we'll get a start here for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. So the first of our races this weekend, actually I shouldn't say that, we did have a British Heritage race yesterday afternoon. Most of the races in the afternoon were really qualifying races, but we did have one race yesterday afternoon. It was the British Heritage race, and I have results I can pass along to you as soon as I find them in my stack of papers. But this is the first race of today, and the first time that we'll see the Italian marks out working to win. So welcome once again to Shenley Park for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Here come our safety and pace cars. The two safety cars are in the pace car. For most of the races, I think, today will be the Jaguar F-Type S, that beautiful coupe that will be leading the field. Very interesting car. It's got this particular model has a button on the console, and the image on the button is a pair of exhaust pipes. And it really is a loud button. You know, we used to talk about in race cars and sports cars, you have a loud pedal. This car has a loud button, and it actually makes the exhaust louder. And when you hear the driver really drive this car fast, it's loud anyway, and the loud button just makes it louder more often. It's quite an option, I must say. All right, pace car is in. And we've got 9 or 10 cars coming down here. Don Wannigat is the red Alpha GTV on the inside. Bradley Price, the white Alpha Giulietta Spider on the outside. We have a start. Wannigat jumps immediately into the lead. Again, because we've gathered cars from a variety of race classes for this all-Italian mark race, we have quite a span of speed capabilities here. And Don Wannigat's quick time in qualifying yesterday was a good almost 5 seconds quicker than the second qualifying car, Bradley Price. So no surprise that Don Wannigat has run off with the lead as soon as the green flag fell. Don is an Alpha specialist, by the way, and has worked on several of the cars in this race, several of the Alphas that are competing here, and works on Alpha customer cars. So if you have troubles with your Alpha, if you've got an Alfa Romeo or want to buy one, or and want an expert to take a look at it, Don Wannigat would be the guy. He's from New Kensington, Pennsylvania. Look him up. I think he won't steer you wrong. First lap is underway. Cars disappear from here. We don't know what's going on, but we do have a way of monitoring the corner-to-corner communication system. So my trusty assistant over here, my wife, will be monitoring the corner-to-corner communication system, and we'll try to pass along information as we pick it up about what's going on course, incidents, and so on. So Dottie Bechtel is out in this group. I mentioned she is a Pittsburgher, driving the yellow Alpha Duetto, car 55, the Alpha Spider. Qualified third. I think she's running third at the moment. The cars are wending their way around the golf course as they head toward the top of the Serpentine. And coming down out of the Serpentine, we'll see them shortly here at the finish line. Don Wannigat in the lead. Dottie Bechtel running second. No, pardon me. Yes, second. And that's car 95, the white Alpha GTV, a car that looks just like Don Wannigat's car. In third place, Kevin Corrigan from Clarkston, Michigan, driving car 95 now. In third place, just behind Dottie Bechtel. Late entry, I think, for this particular race, and he wasn't on my list originally. So one lap complete. Now, while these are relatively short races, they're planned to be about 8 laps in length, and while the cars are out in this race, we're bringing cars down out of the paddock who will line up on what we call the false grid, which is where the cars are sit in qualifying order before they go out to start their race. So behind the scenes, while these things are going on, other things are going on in preparation for the upcoming races. Great to have you with us here at Shenley Park on this beautiful weekend, the 33rd running of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. A note that car 227 has gone into the hay bales at Station 9, and that's 227. Bradley Price, that's why we didn't see him come by this time. He was the second qualifying car, expected to see him behind Don Wannigat. And so they're going to, often they will wait. If the car is in a safe position, they will wait and bring him in at the end of the session. But if he is not in a safe position, the corner workers can request that a tow vehicle go out and bring him in during the race just to get him out of the way. And in fact, that's what they've done. So they're going to try to get the Bradley Price's Alpha off the course. So you may see a rope tow vehicle out there to bring him in. Here's Wannegat again, leading lap 2. Dottie Bechtel has her mirrors full of car 95, Kevin Corrigan. Looking for a car. There's another car out there that don't have an identification for them. Just looking to find it on my list, and I don't see it at the moment. So 2 laps down out of 8. Just got a view right here of the so-called double bubble, the Fiat Abarth. Very attractive little 2-seater coupe with the trademark double bubble roof. Now, other people copied that double bubble, even as late as the recent Dodge and Chrysler Vipers with the 2 lumps on the roof. But it came from this car, actually, back in the 1950s. A car so small that in order to get a driver into the helmet on, they had to bump up the roof. So they made 2 bumps for the driver and the passenger, if there was going to be one. And often these little cars are called double bubbles. Alain Raymond going out of camera view there. Our 555, the Alfa Giulietta Sprint, the coupe. That's Santo Spadaro. Dottie Bechtel is having a great battle here. She's holding on to second place, but Kevin Corrigan is right off her back bumper. I thought we were going to see a pass here right on this very short stretch here between the start line and the first turn, but it didn't happen this time. Mark Mailing in that lime green Abarth Scorpion, car 113. And he is running about, I want to say 7th perhaps at the moment. Car 57 is the one that I can't find a driver's name for. Another one of the Alfa Giulia coupes that's out there, a car that looks like Don Wannegat's car. In fact, Don Wannegat's engine and spare engine and transmission are in that car. The driver, I think last weekend, had either a transmission problem that damaged the engine or vice versa, and both had to be replaced, and Wannegat said, well, I've got a spare, and so his spare are in car 57. There's a slow-moving car heading toward the pit. 212, Michael Fazzi in the Fiat 850 Spider. We're looking at car 328. That's Alain Raymond from Quebec. We have a new leader. Kevin Corrigan has taken the lead. He's gotten past both Dottie Bechtel and Don Wannigat. So that's a surprise. We didn't see the pass happen, so I can't tell you where it happened or whether he got past both of them at the same time. But new leader, Kevin Corrigan. Fastest time so far in this race set by Kevin Corrigan, our leader, at 2:26.7. Leader has completed 4 laps, so we're halfway through this 8-lap race. Drivers were telling me this morning that the course is in really fine shape. There's a lot of grip to this pavement. I asked about changes that have been made on the Panther Hollow Bridge. Had they made it more difficult? The racing line there on the bridge is a little narrower than it had been in previous years. There's now a bike lane on the Panther Hollow Bridge, but apparently the circuit is very fast this weekend. Well, we've mentioned before the challenge of running on this course because they're public roads. They have a crown, so the center of the road is higher. And if you're going around a corner, that means you need to be on the correct side of the street not to be thrown off the corner. But curbs and trees and light poles and so on, stone walls, really present a unique challenge, a challenge that most of these racers don't encounter when they go to a regular racetrack. So it does require a special approach. At the end of the races, each race today will have a little ceremony, as we usually do, right past the finish line. As the cars head up into the paddock, we'll gather the top racers in each field, and we'll do a little ceremony over there, and we'll have a camera that'll shoot it for you. And so it's always fun to talk to the drivers at the end of a race and to get their view of the race and the weekend and how everything has gone and so on. So we'll be doing that through the afternoon. We'll get a chance to meet, probably we'll be meeting Kevin Corrigan. Oh, look, new leader again now. It's Don Wannigat. Nice to have so many Alphas racing this weekend. There have been years that we haven't had many Alphas at all, and Alfa Romeo has such a long and illustrious racing history going back to the golden era of Grand Prix racing, when Alfa Romeos were the world champions right before and right after the Second World War. So this is a great battle now for the lead. Dottie Bechtel is now has fallen back to third place, but a terrific battle between Kevin Corrigan in the white Alpha GTV 95 and Don Wannigat in the red one, car 74. This track is 2.33 miles in length, and they make about 8 circuits, usually in our feature races. So Bradley Price, who had pulled off the white Alpha, they were going to go out and tow him in, and then he apparently told the corner workers that he'd been able to get his car restarted, and he may pull back onto the course. In fact, I think we'll see him. I think the car is back on course, and we'll probably either be stopping here or resuming the race. We'll see, but he's down a couple of laps, Bradley Price, in car 227. Yes, we hear car 227 is back on the course, headed in our direction, I think. He had been off at station 9, which is somewhere over near Phipps Conservatory, just about the opposite side of the course from where we sit here at start finish. And in fact, here he is, and he's back racing again. Yep, there he goes. I think the 1 lap to go sign is being shown. And when it gets shown to those two guys, our two leaders, Don Wannigat and Kevin Corrigan, I guess you'd call it hammer time. Over the next 2 1/3 miles. Dottie Bechtel still in a very fine third place. Just confirming that car 74 this past lap is our leader, Don Wannigat. The red, or as the corner workers say, crimson Alpha GTV. There's a battle of 2 of the Abarth cars there. The Fiat Freakout is here this weekend. It's the National Fiat Club's national gathering. They chose the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix this year for their annual get-together, and I hope they're still up there today. I know yesterday when I was in the Cortile area, the area where we display all of our Italian cars, there was a huge number of Italian cars there. All right, the leader is at station 18, which means they're about to come down toward the finish line. That's right around the top of the Serpentine. It was Don Wannigat last time, but also Kevin Corrigan was right on his tail. We'll try to get an idea who is your leader. And here they come, and it is, oh, look how close that is. I thought we were gonna have a photo finish there. It really looked as though Kevin Corrigan was going to kind of push Don Wanigat out of the way, but Wanigat takes the win. Kevin Corrigan second, Dottie Bechtel third, unofficially. And we'll have to see. My computer is telling me that Alain Raymond in the car 328 is our fourth place finisher. That's unofficial. And fifth, I see car 555 Santos Spadaro. But we'll double check to see if that's right or not. And when they come in at the end of their cool-off lap, they'll stop right down the way from us here, and I'll take a walk, and we'll go and talk to them before they get their awards for winning, for top three places actually, 1, 2, and 3. Here's Alain Raymond. So we hang out a signboard with numbers on it, and that tells the drivers which ones we want to stop here for the awards ceremony, because the drivers don't necessarily know whether they'll be honored. If you finish in third place, you wouldn't necessarily know that you got that. We don't have pit boards. There's no crew members hanging out pit boards to tell their drivers that they're in second place or third place. So we'll signal them, and they'll pull in. And I will hang up the headphones here and take a walk down toward our victory circle. It looked like a lot of fun, and you really had a lot of fun.
Oh, good, because the drivers had a lot of fun too.
Well, let me say hello to Kevin Corrigan.
Yes, sir.
Well, have we seen you in the car before?
No, I don't think so.
Well, it was a lot of fun. Where did you start in this race? Because I ran down the grid and I thought, who is that guy and what car is that?
Second to last. They didn't pick up my qualifying time.
Well, actually, it's kind of fun to start back there if you've got a fast car, isn't it?
It is, absolutely.
And it must have been fun carving through the pack. How do you like this track?
It's a great track. I'd happily come back next year.
And you're here from?
Michigan. Clarkston, Michigan.
Well, I'm glad you came this year. I do hope we see the car again. That was a great an Alpha 123. It was outstanding. Dottie, that was really cool. I mean, you were up there in the among the front runners all the way through the race, and this guy came up from behind out of nowhere.
I know. He wasn't there, and then he was, and then he was gone.
It was great. It looked like the car was good, and the track apparently is good this weekend.
Yeah, it is good. There's a couple rough spots down before start finish, but it's good. You can avoid most of them. It's a hot day, though. Let me tell you, it's hot in those cars.
Now, I think a lot of spectators would think because you know it's an open top car that you get a nice breeze. But you're not really feeling it.
No, I mean we've got so many clothes on. We've got layers and layers of fireproof shoes, socks, underwear, suits, a baklava under our helmet and our helmet. It's just really, really hot.
You're really working in there too.
That's probably what you can't appreciate. There's when I go into the serpentine, I'm kind of gritting my teeth just to get around the turn. It is a lot of work to hang on to the steering wheel.
Dottie, great race. Congratulations.
Thanks, Ted.
Dottie Bechtel. And there is there's another award that they give out, and they did it last weekend at Pit Race as well. And I think it must be a coincidence, but Alain Raymond, I think, got the Workers' Choice last weekend. And are you the Workers' Choice again this weekend?
Am I? Well, to the workers who thank you for the award, and thank you for mostly for all the work that they do. They're all here and do phenomenal. Thank you all. Thank you to the organizer. Thank you, Ted, for your broadcasts. And thank you for the city of Pittsburgh for putting on such a fantastic, welcoming show.
Alain, thanks for your enthusiasm for bringing this great car, and I hope you come back for many years.
Thank you, I shall.
Alain Raymond, thank you.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is precision. This is Denali from GMC.
At Ally Bank, no branches equals great rates. It's a fact. Kind of like mute buttons equal danger.
Next quarter. Does that sound good?
Not being on this phone call sounds good.
It's not muted. Was that you, Jason?
It was Jeffrey. It could have been Brenda.
Every truck can tow a boat. Every truck can climb a hill. Every truck can haul a trailer. But not everyone can say they're the fastest growing truck brand in America. Guts, glory, Ram.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned, the 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
The big cable and phone companies are slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. And you're left to wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're taking technology to new heights. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You can't wait for high-speed internet. And thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today.
Wherever the road takes you, you'll enjoy getting there in a new Lincoln from Beyondy. And right now, with the Beyondy Pledge, there is no better time to uncover the surprising luxury experience that comes with every Lincoln for as little as $279 a month. Beyondy Lincoln in Monroeville.
This red carpet event brings a lot of awareness.
It's just nice to see a big contribution to Pittsburgh as a whole.
I would say that where else can you go to dinner, raise money for a great charity, and look at new cars?
3, 2, 1, party!
This is the most fun charity event.
It's a great time, great atmosphere, great people.
Cars and food and fun and music.
My favorite parts of the evening was probably the entrance of Joey Porter and his wife pulling up in the Ferrari, and Joey cutting a ribbon. Just, you know, what a great cause to have him and his wife here.
Oh, I love the cars, and really the check presentation was the best part. It was the most money that they've ever raised.
$360,000.
It will help people like me more than you will ever know.
My friends and artists, thank all of you for your support of AVS.
Up on stage, you saw a couple young people talk and how their lives were affected, and a check for $360,000 donated to their charity and the school.
I do. I think it's been a great partnership with the Vintage Grand Prix. I think what we're able to do together is just it's amazing to see.
Looking forward to 2016 already.
It gets bigger and better every year.
The Autism Society of Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these current projects: training legal and juvenile justice professionals and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum, through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight training film for travelers with autism, and conducting in-services for parent support groups and providers. To those who have made the Grand Prix the remarkable Pittsburgh tradition that it is, the drivers, the volunteers, the car clubs, and of course, the sponsors and our supportive city, on behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact the Autism Society of Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismsocietypgh.org.
Hello.
I'm Roya.
Hi, Roya. Nice to meet you.
Seth.
Hey, Seth. Harry. Have a seat. I have a video I want you to watch, and no matter what, I need you to stay focused. Don't take your eyes off the screen.
No, thank you.
Take it off. Eyes on the road.
Ken?
So, it is hard to stay focused.
There are other things that steal our focus.
like your cell phone. It would be cool if, at the touch of a button, your car could send a text response, allowing you to stay focused on your driving.
I mean, there's no such thing now, right?
Well, I was just going to introduce you to a car that can do that. The 2015 Chevrolet Cruze.
Wow. Wait, the Cruze does that?
Yep, check it out.
It's beautiful. It's amazing.
So that's how your text would appear through your phone? And here are your preset responses that you can send out.
This will make it a little easier to keep my eye on the road.
That's pretty cool.
Technology's amazing.
I like it.
Whether you're going to the great outdoors or just to Grandma's house, the new 2015 Jeep Renegade is the perfect ride, starting at just $17,995. Come in and test drive one today at the summer clearance event at Hillview Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is precision. This is Denali from GMC.
We're out on the pace lap for our next race, race 2. Today is Group 5, and I am delighted to be joined by Manley Ford, many-time race winner here. The guy who wrote the book on the Shenley Park race course. I did write a book. The book is there.
Very little book.
It's made available to new racers here at Shenley Park if they want to make a contribution to the PVGP charities.
And I've been thrilled. I've almost sold out. I've sold more of them this year than any year in the past, and it's been a charming weekend just hearing people talk about it.
It's a tricky race course, and of course it's not a race course, which means you can't come here and run some other events to prepare for this weekend the way sometimes you can do at other racetracks. It's only a racetrack this weekend, so if you don't know the course and you're a newcomer here, a little help can go a long way, and Manley can. In fact, not only has he written a book, but you give some advice. You have a session on Friday.
Yeah, I've been privileged to lead one of the walkarounds for the new drivers and any driver who comes on Friday afternoon and wants to take a walk around the course and get a different perspective on what's the right line, what's the safest line for different turns. So I had a nice group of people on Friday, and I've gotten very nice compliments from people who attended that, which is always it's nice to put in the effort and have people appreciate it.
This race is sponsored by Hillview Motors, who are about to get underway. Group 5. Cars are on course. The safety cars are just ahead of the field. Pole sitter is Gary Blenarek, car 67 of Baden, Pennsylvania, and a Porsche 924 on the pole. That's interesting because there's some 914.6s and 911s in this group. So
yeah, you got to wonder what's in that 924.
Yes, is that really a 924? And actually, as I look at the field, I don't see a 924 up front.
Not there.
I see a 914.6 up there. So
I think there was a 924 in about 5 to 6 rows back.
I see two of the red E-type Jags there.
Well, this is always an exciting group of cars to watch. They are fast. And in the early days of this race, we didn't let 2-liter modern cars race here, and I was always really worried when they did. And as it turned out, they do spectacularly here. Cars with modern tires and modern brakes.
Yeah, we do kind of make our own rules here at this track, and can eliminate some competitors if the cars are too fast, and which is why we don't have things like Corvettes,
yeah.
Right? In particular, a lot of people ask, why can't we see vintage Corvette racing? And you can when we do the races as we did last weekend at Pit Race, which is a dedicated racetrack, but not here on Shenley Park. There's the pace car. The Jag is about to pull off the course. Should see our field shortly.
Not exactly the tightest arrangement I've ever seen.
That's Perry Geneva in the lead, by the way. Car 202 is the BMW 2002. And I'm guessing that the sheet that's indicating Gary Blenarek as the pole sitter is wrong. He's a little farther back, I'm guessing. Todd Hahn's second at the moment in car number 9, the Porsche 914-6.
Yeah, as the pole sitter here, you have the challenge of trying to maintain the pace car pace and trying to keep the field in view. As the driver, you don't like to see them all strung out, but it's also hard when you've got those guys right next to you and they're revving their motors, and you know you want to get into turn 1 first.
And this is an unusual track because by the time they hit the start line, if it's a large field, many of them are around the corner and can't see the flag if it's thrown. And at some tracks, there's a long straightaway so that the whole field can see the start tower, and they can't do that here.
When I had the good luck to be on the pole here, I always tried to really keep the speed down and make sure that the whole field could see, so everybody could see the flag stand. And I think I was probably the only pole sitter that ever really did that here.
Now, do you have
I'd forever get out accelerated going into turn 1.
Did you have the option of choosing would it be on the inside or the outside?
You can choose which side you want.
And here, what's the best side?
Well, I've told you in the past that sometimes I think the outside lane is better, particularly if you can get the drop on people, because you can get through turn 1 a lot easier. If you're over on the right, it's kind of stop and turn right, and you're not carrying as much speed.
Yeah.
But either way, it's always difficult getting through turn 1 neatly on the first lap.
If you're on the inside and you are the belligerent type, you could just kind of force your way in there.
Yeah. My good friend George Schaefer did that to me one year, as you might remember. He was paying me back for a maneuver I put on him at the hay bales a couple years earlier.
Belligerent, maybe is not the right term.
Insistent.
Yes, determined. It could lead to disaster, though. So Perry Geneva continues to lead. And then 4 914-6s, including John Bechtel, the fourth of them, and then Rich Malumian and the Austin Healey. I think, is that a 104? Is that I believe it's a 104.
It's a 104.
And how big is the motor in the 104? Is that over 2 liters?
It's 4-cylinder. I don't think so. I think that's. I have to admit I'm not as sharp on my Healey's, and I actually owned a 62 for a summer.
I'm trying to think of whether it was a bigger motor than the TR4, which was what 2130 or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think we have.
This could almost be almost all German race except for the 2 Healeys and the Datsun 240Z.
You know what? It was fun to see last weekend at Pit Race when we inaugurated the new long course. We had a slew of 240Zs. I would say we had 4 perhaps. And it's more than I've seen on a racetrack in a very long time. It was really fun to see all these 240Zs out because they were really quite successful race cars in their day. And I can't remember whether Paul Newman raced one, but I know Bob Sharp did.
Certainly did. Yeah, Paul, of course, spent a lot of time in 510s.
Yeah.
Speaking of George Schaefer, and both Bob and George Schaefer got the privilege of running against Paul in the 510s. But I know he ran a 280 later on. 280s, yes, Paul did.
Yeah.
Our 2002 has disappeared.
And that's our leader off, we understand, at 19. Do you have the corner stations numbers memorized? Do you know what 19A would be?
19 where he's off?
Is that the top of the serpent?
Yeah, I think that's at the top of the serpent. He probably just pulled off there.
So he's pulled off driver's right. Yeah, well.
Yeah, that's right at the Serpentine.
Yeah. So I think that's an area where there's stone walls. So if he's pulled to the side of the road, you can't pull off there. You just have to pull over to the stone wall, I think. If he's off right here.
There's actually some grass there between 19 and
okay.
19A. I think you can get over there.
Okay,
But
so
still, you're not in a good spot.
Yeah. So instead, it's Todd Hahn, car number 9, your leader, the first of that group of Porsche 914 6s. Two E-Type Jaguars, both out of the Patterson stables. Spencer Patterson in 524 and Peter Patterson in car 523. One's a coupe, one's a roadster. Yeah, they're going to send a vehicle to retrieve that car. I guess the rollback, the flatbed, and they're going to send it out there because it's, I guess, too close to the racing line.
As you surmised it might be.
Yeah.
And
right,
and that's kind of a rare occurrence to have a safety, vehicle on the track here while the track is hot.
Yeah, we don't do that very often, but there are certainly places where it's just too narrow to have a car parked, and that would be one. That means that the corner workers up there are signaling the drivers to. Usually, there's actually a corner worker standing in the road, telling the drivers to move over.
Hopefully aided by a couple of waving yellow flags a few turns before, too.
Right, the white flag out. And I think that they park a recovery vehicle right just at the top of the Serpentine, so he doesn't have very far to go to get down to get him. No. So you'll see the white flag displayed, which is telling oncoming drivers that there's a slow-moving vehicle on the course ahead. So 3 Porsches up front. Todd Hahn, car number 9. Chuck Kelly in 671. And John Bechtel in 66.
Number 11 car, the Porsche that Michael Schindel drives. You know, Mike, he and I are old friends, and it's always good to see him out.
Yeah. And there are other members of the Schindel family who are racing these days, too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the recovery vehicle has arrived at the car, and so that's going to slow the racing down just a little bit in that area. Generally, you do not see a full course yellow here. I don't know that we've done a full course yellow here. Usually it's
not that I can recall, except maybe for weather conditions.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Usually it's a local yellow right around the incident.
The Patterson E-Types are sure fun to look at. They are beautiful cars and beautifully prepared.
Yeah.
And they got that nice patina of having been flogged a lot.
Right, they're not show
not
cars.
Not museum pieces.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah. Be fun to have a family battle. Damage to the right rear suspension of the BMW that's off up here.
Oh my!
Perry Genova's
probably
car.
clouded a curb. It got a little terminal oversteer.
May well have gotten too close. Right curb or maybe the wall up there. And usually if it's a minor problem with the car, you can tow it in. If you break a suspension, that's when you have to pick the car up.
I don't know if the yellow caused it, but it certainly tightened up the race between the two 914s. They're kind of nose to tail now.
Yeah.
And so a heck of a race at the front.
So we have, I think, 4 laps complete out of 8, so we're halfway through this Group 5 race for over 2-liter cars. And some years we've had a lot of BMW 2002s. The years that BMW has been Mark of the Year, we've had, in fact, a whole BMW race, which we can do. Not too many 2002s here this year. There were 2 gridded for this race. And I think just one remains, and that's car number 20. maybe there are still 2 out there. Car number 20, Adrian Hughes from Spencerport, New York. Then there's a sister car. The car I'd like to refer to as the art car. That's Roy Hopkins.
Roy.
So Roy is out there running in, he's in the, I want to say top 5 at the moment. He is, in fact, 5th. Adrian Hughes in 8th.
Well.
That's Rich Malumian and the white Austin Healey with blue stripes. Kind of an American racing paint scheme there. It reminds me of the Cunninghams.
Cunninghams, yeah. White with the blue.
Yep. Well, very briefly there, we just about had 3 abreast. The 2 E-type Jags and a fast Porsche coming.
The leaders were lapping the Jags here, and I have a feeling that helped separate the 2 of them a little bit, the 2 914s a bit, as they kind of muscled their way through turn 1 here. Well, there's a 924. He's still doing well.
Right, that's the car that we thought was going to be on the pole.
Somehow they got the
Blenaric, but I think we had a actually.
They actually had a bogus time there.
Right, anomaly.
Anomaly, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we had a car. We had a session yesterday in which we had a car on the pole with a lap time of 1 second, which I thought was remarkable. It was Dottie Bechtel. And
Dottie's pretty clever.
So somebody said that would be just about light speed, I think, to do that. So that may not have happened yesterday. So there are your leaders, Todd Hahn, Chuck Kelly, and John Bechtel. You can see that I think we've got, do we have 5 laps complete now? Pretty clean racing this weekend. I haven't seen a shot now and then. The amateur radio folks who do our corner-to-corner communications have a closed-circuit camera that's pointing at the hay bales or our chicane. You know, by the way, I got a lift around to our opening ceremonies earlier, so it's the first time I went around the course this weekend. And there is not much of an opening through the
it's very tight
through the chicane.
Right.
I mean, it's really, you can't go through there 2 abreast.
No, it's here comes our wounded 002.
Oh yeah.
On the flatbed.
Yep.
So they pretty short work of getting him out of the way. And so I hope the damage isn't too bad. But oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Right side looks bad, both
right
front
side
and
is pretty
rear.
banged up.
Yeah.
So unfortunate.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hay bale chicane from year to year sometimes is tighter. In certain races, it tends to get a little more open as each session goes on. And oh yeah, here we have a...
Well, my understanding is, I think that's our leader, Todd Hahn, was our leader, Todd Hahn.
And he slowed.
The report I got was that he'd gone too fast through our yellow flag area up here, and they waved the furled black flag at him, and he must have mistakenly slowed down here. The furled flag means we're watching you. Don't do that again. If they really want to punish the driver, they'll give him the real black flag.
So apparently this was a yellow here.
Right up by our incident.
He passed under the yellow before getting to the next station where it's obviously clear.
Passed or just went too fast through the. I mean, theoretically, you're supposed to slow down in the yellow flag area. It's hard to make drivers slow down, but. I think the corner worker just thought he was going a little too fast.
And particularly where the flatbed is up there, safety workers are out there trying to get the car on.
Right.
So you really do need to back off considerably in that sort of circumstance.
So you were talking earlier about telling the drivers that this is not a 10/10ths race, but you know, it seems to me it's difficult to. It must be difficult for a driver to judge. Well, you know, how fast is 8/10ths? What's the difference between 8 and 9/10ths, and what's the difference between 9 and 10/10ths?
And a big part of that is just recognizing that you don't cross the crown at the exit of a turn, and a lot of people just doing that and keeping the car from drifting on the negative side and not letting it get anywhere close to the curbs. Whereas on a normal racetrack, if it were flat, you'd be using the whole course and you'd be sliding as close to those curbs as you could.
Right, and even using the curbs, the sloped curves.
But there are times, of course, when people see somebody turning a really fast lap time on this track and think that's somehow inherently dangerous. And when in fact the driver's driving a really safe line, and there's others who are going slow, and you think they must be doing something safer, and that's not necessarily the case either. So the traditional hangman's noose is out for the hang in there for one last lap for the leaders.
Well, just got word that John Bechtel is off.
Oh my.
And my note says car is at the barrier on the driver's left. I hope it's not in the barrier. Right at about station 9 at 10. Maybe he's pulled off to the side. It sounds as though perhaps his engine quit on him.
Well, that's an easy place to pull off. That's turn 9 is the
by the Westinghouse fountain.
Westinghouse fountain, and so there's that nice little short chute there, and there's room to pull off.
Well, that's good.
On the right.
That's good. So he's probably out of harm's way there.
Well, that's.
But a shame because Bechtel's race was going really pretty well.
Yeah.
I think he was running third in the 9:14.6. Well, those 9:14.6s just look like such a great combination of mid-engine, big Porsche, relatively speaking, 6 back there.
Nice big wide tires in the back.
Yeah, I mean, it really looks like it would make a great race car. Manley mentioned the noose is out at the finish line, telling drivers hang in there. 1 lap to go, so now we've got about a half lap to go. Checkered flag is being readied at the moment.
Every time I see that traditional noose hanging out there, it reminds me of Ralph Cadwallader back in the day, the guy with the Tam.
Oh yes, of course.
And
yes,
he was such a charming man. Had a lot of sports car racing history back into the 50s. So he was the first guy I ever saw doing that. Nobody had explained it at the drivers' meeting that I was at.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm going, what does this mean?
What is that? Are they going to hang me after this race?
Ooh, parts.
There's your winner, car 671, Chuck Kelly. Takes the win, takes the checker, and he's got quite
and a piece of his exhaust system came off just as he was passing the. Just
is that right?
Passing the the tailpipe on the right side of the car went flying off. You could see that it wasn't there as it went by. Went tumbling off the track harmlessly.
Second place is car number 9, unofficially Todd Hahn, and I think we'll see the blue and white Austin Healey of Rich Malumian. Taking third. There is an Austin Healey that's coasting very slowly to the finish line.
This is
Roy Hopkins gets third place then.
Mm-hmm. I would think so.
In the BMW 2002.
Oh.
Gary Blenarek fourth in car 67, the Porsche 924, and fifth unofficially, I think, is car 17, Jordan Bell of Glenside in the Porsche 914-6. And I can't see a number over here, but I think that this is Rich Malumian, who stalled just before the finish line.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll have a couple of cars to bring in at the end of this race.
Yeah, a little more carnage than you would have expected from this group in terms of the number of cars that either had mechanical or striking the earth failures, I guess, in one way or another.
Yeah, we had a pretty nearly eventless day of practice and qualifying yesterday. Although we did have a car that suffered some serious damage after encountering a jersey barrier yesterday, but no one hurt there.
Right.
So we'll bring our leaders in. Manley, I'm going to wander over with
right.
with the wireless mic if you want to
take a break here.
Okay. We'll see you at the victory circle. Test. Chuck, you look a little warm.
Yeah, it's a little hot out there, let me tell you. Pretty intense race.
It was an intense race. We got a kick out of this race, and I guess it was as exciting on track as it looked.
Definitely, this is my second year doing this, and this year was just unbelievable, incredible race. The weather's perfect, the fans are great, the spectators, just glad to be a part of it.
So you're aware as you go by some of the spectator areas, you're aware that they're there?
Oh yeah, especially up at the golf course. You know, we can see them as soon as we come up to the top of the hill, and they're it's really great to have them out there. It really lifts your spirit, you know, when you're sweating like that.
And you are too. Congratulations. It was a great race. Thanks, Todd Hahn. Hi. Fabulous race. I mean, it really was so much fun to watch the Porsches here.
Yeah, well, first, congratulations to Chuck. He drove a great race and kept me looking in my mirrors the whole time. But I'd like to dedicate my race to my lovely wife, Stephanie. My father is not with me, my beloved little dog who rides with me in spirit. Also, Russell, who really gives me a great car, and his lovely wife, Lonnie, that they come out here and offer support. It was a good race. I got black flagged because I think I might have done something stupid. I don't know. I got it on videotape, but I got a black flag, but that's all my bad. But it was a good race, and Chuck's been fast all weekend, and we had a nice time out there.
I don't pretend to know exactly what's going on, but I think they were concerned you're going a little quickly through a yellow flag area. I know they were picking up a car over here. So
yeah, I'm glad they didn't pull me from the race. I got one that was waving, and then one was furled. I said, well, it's furled. I'm going to stay out here. But you know, so I figured, and I'm grateful that they and thankful that they were lenient and at least let me come in and finish as well as I finished, because Perry, I'm sad to see him because he was the class of the field. Perry is the class guy and a class of the field, and I'm sorry that he had to spin. Yeah.
Great race, though, for you, and congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to Chuck. He's been quick all weekend and getting quicker.
And terrific race. I always love to see you in the car, Roy Hopkins, and you started farther back than you finished. I mean, you really had a terrific race. You were fighting your way through the field.
Just trying to persevere. Unfortunately, some folks had some problems, but we kept running good, and I was kind of surprised when I came around and saw the numbers. So thank you for everyone here at Pittsburgh for a great event.
So Adrian Hughes is racing out of the same stable?
Yeah, she's driving the red 20 car, and I hope she had a good race. Didn't see any problems out there. So it's great to be able to bring as many cars as we can down here.
And how many cars did you bring this year? Just the two?
Unfortunately, just two. Some years we managed to get three and get a buddy to bring a fourth. So we'll be back.
That's excellent. Thanks so much, Roy Hopkins. Very fine third place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Whether you're going to the great outdoors or just to grandma's house, the new 2015 Jeep Renegade is the perfect ride. Starting at just $17,995. Come in to test drive one today at the summer clearance event at Hillview Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
We don't see things the way they are. We see them as they should be. It's always faster this, smaller that, better everything. And the way we see it, the internet's in a rut. Literally. The big cable and phone companies, they're slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. And you're left to wait. But we're not waiting. We're putting high-speed internet where it belongs. We're taking it to the skies and shooting it across the country. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's running so many things: businesses, schools, lives, and more, way more. Now there's a new choice, and it's here to connect you to everything that matters most. You can't wait for high-speed internet, and thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today.
The Autism Society of Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these current projects: training legal and juvenile justice professionals and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum, through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight training film for travelers with autism, and conducting in-services for parent support groups and providers. To those who have made the Grand Prix the remarkable Pittsburgh tradition that it is, the drivers, the volunteers, the car clubs, and of course, the sponsors and our supportive city, on behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact the Autism Society of Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismsocietypgh.org.
At NHS Allegheny Valley School, we care for more than 900 children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Across a wide range of age and spectrum of need, our mission is to provide individualized programming and care to ensure that each individual lives with purpose and dignity. We are continually striving to develop new ways to deliver our programs that provide a range of opportunities and greater independence. Each individual at AVS is assessed and evaluated for the best program to suit their needs and level of ability. With programming ranging from therapeutic activities to work programs to work in the community, AVS helps each individual to develop and achieve personalized goals. In addition, families are comforted knowing their loved one at Allegheny Valley School has opportunities and choices that help them to learn, grow, and live their life to their fullest potential.
Wherever the road takes you, you'll enjoy getting there in a new Lincoln from Beyondy. And right now, with the Beyondy Pledge, there is no better time to uncover the surprising luxury experience that comes with every Lincoln for as little as $279 a month. Beyondy Lincoln in Monroeville. Wherever the road takes you, you'll enjoy getting there in a new Lincoln from Beyondy. And right now, with the Beyondy Pledge, there is no better time to uncover the surprising luxury experience that comes with every Lincoln for as little as $279 a month. Beyondy Lincoln in Monroeville.
Hello. I'm Roya.
Hi, Roya. Nice to meet you.
Seth.
Hey, Seth.
Hello.
How are you? Have a seat. I have a video I want you to watch, and no matter what, I need you to stay focused. Don't take your eyes off the screen.
No, thank you.
Take it off.
Eyes on the road.
Ken?
So, it is hard to stay focused. There are other things that steal our focus, like your cell phone. It would be cool if, at the touch of a button, your car could send a text response, allowing you to stay focused on your driving.
I mean, there's no such thing now, right?
Well, I was just going to introduce you to a car that can do that. The 2015 Chevrolet Cruze.
Wow. Wait, the Cruze does that? Nice.
Yep, check it out.
It's beautiful. It's amazing.
So that's how your text would appear through your phone. And here are your preset responses that you can send out.
This will make it a little easier to keep my eye on the road.
That's pretty cool.
Technology's amazing.
I like it.
Every truck can tow a boat. Every truck can climb a hill. Every truck can haul a trailer. But not everyone can say they're the fastest growing truck brand in America. Guts, glory, Ram.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is precision. This is Denali from GMC.
The big cable and phone companies are slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. And you're left to wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're taking technology to new heights. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You can't wait for high-speed internet. And thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned, the 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned, the 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
This red carpet event brings a lot of awareness.
It's just nice to see a big contribution to Pittsburgh as a whole.
I would say that where else can you go to dinner, raise money for a great charity, and look at new cars?
3, 2, 1, park!
This is the most fun charity event.
It's a great time, great atmosphere, great people.
Cars and food and fun and music.
My favorite parts of the evening was probably the entrance of Joey Porter and his wife pulling up in the Ferrari, and Joey cutting a ribbon. Just, you know, what a great cause to have him and his wife here.
Oh, I love the cars, and really the check presentation was the best part. It was the most money that they've ever raised.
$360,000.
It will help people like me more than you will ever know.
My friends and I to thank all of you for your support of AVS.
Up on stage, you saw a couple young people talk and how their lives were affected, and a check for $360,000 donated to their charity in the school.
I do. I think it's been a great partnership with the Vintage Grand Prix. I think what we're able to do together is just it's amazing to see.
Looking forward to 2016 already.
It gets bigger and better every year.
At Ally Bank, no branches equals great rates. It's a fact. Kind of like ordering wine equals pretending to know wine.
Pinot Noir, which means peanut of the night.
Scale copy of a Maserati.
Yeah.
All aluminum, beautifully made. Took them a year, the guys who built that at the whatever works in the UK to make the body.
Wow. So the field is entering the race course, coming onto the course from False Grid. And there are a couple of three, I think, four sprint type
and
cars.
The pre-war cars, the J.J. Rodman and in his Ford-powered sprint car is, I think, on the pole of that section. And I don't see him on the grid sheet for some strange reason.
Yeah, right. My grid sheet is also is leaving some cars off, and I'm not exactly sure why that is. So I thought I'd look to find my big list so that we can pass that information along to you. There's a pretty neat 1928. It's the oldest car in this race, I believe, the 28 Riley Brooklands.
And I believe it's broken.
Is it?
That's
oh, that's a shame.
Ray from Atlanta.
Ray Morgan, right?
Yeah, and actually Ray has bought the MGTD that Steve Conson used to race here, the green one, and I think he's kind of kicking himself for bringing the Riley instead of maybe the TD.
I think I was looking through some of my records from previous year's events, and I believe that Ray Morgan had come up earlier in a Ford-powered early sprint car, a car that was called the Silver Bullet. And do you know that car?
Yeah, I remember him bringing it here.
So that was back in 2009, I think. This event, of course, goes all the way back to 1983, and I can't remember what we did last weekend, so I certainly can't remember what we did 10 or 20 years ago here.
Well, this should be a good race between Kurt and Steve and of course Mike Barstow and Schaefer. We finally think we got sorted out what was making the car break up. I misadjusted the carburetors, and we think we got that sorted out.
Well, super.
It should be going a little better than it was in the previous sessions. So it should be entertaining.
Should be good. The cars are out on their pace lap now. We'll get, we usually anticipate one pace lap. The field slows down lets the pace car, actually the pace car pulls away from the field. They bunch up, and we look for a green flag for an official start at start-finish line here. Safety cars are coming in now, and should be about ready to go. Cloud cover
here,
has come back in. I was told maybe right around noon today there was the possibility of showers after 5, which would be extremely convenient for us.
After 5?
I think after 5 would be great.
Right. Traditional, as we're packing up to leave,
Right, everything
we get
gets
a
soaked.
thunderstorm.
Yeah, that's right. That would be great. But at least if we could get the racing done without a torrential downpour, that would be nice.
So yeah, I think you'll see this start be considerably tighter than the last one. I think Mike will maintain that really nice 25-mile-an-hour pace, maybe even a little slower coming down the hill here. And Steve will probably be Constant, and the Lester will be on the outside. And Steve's car has is lighter than the TD and has a bit more torque. So if Steve wanted to, he could probably contest turn 1, but I doubt he will.
Yeah, that would be kind of a hairy move, but you do have 8 laps after all to get to the front. They always say you can't win the race on the first turn, which doesn't mean that people don't try to do that.
I was going to say, you might look for George to be on over on that curb on the other side with the wheels up on the sidewalk.
Well, it is interesting how you can talk to some of these drivers, and they're just so low-key, gentle guys, and then you get them behind the wheel, and they're like monsters. And so I think George is a little bit like that.
A little bit like that.
Yeah.
He was always a fierce competitor. We raced against each other. We co-drove his Datsun 510 that
Joe
Malloy is driving here now.
Yeah.
We drove when it was first restored. We co-drove that in a lot of enduros, and then Joe kind of helped take over, and Joe really made the suspension work. And he drives the car mostly today. But Shape and I had a lot of fun together.
And I was wondering whether that car had been a Trans Am car at one point.
Indeed, that car was built by Doug Milliken, who was a famous chassis designer. His father's Bill Milliken, the founding of the SCCA. And Doug, when he was doing his master's degree, that was in 1969, and he did his master's thesis on the suspension on that car. There's actually a nice article about him about 10 years ago in Road and Track.
That sounds like something you would have done.
No,
you didn't do a.
No, I was a journalism major at Ohio University.
All right, pace car is in.
But Peter Schwarzkopf was the driver of that car.
Oh yes, right.
Trans Am.
Here's the field. There's Constant in that swoopy body 284.
Nice tight group.
And Constant did pull ahead just at the line.
He gave up the line.
But yeah, you
let
really
everybody get through nice.
I don't
and safe.
blame him for feeling that you really need to yield when you head into that first turn.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the outside when somebody's really close on,
Pushing,
on the inside there.
Yeah,
There's
don't want to get pushed into the Jersey barrier. So a nice clean start.
And as you can see, everybody was in such a nice tight group that everybody could see the flagman. Nobody was strung up out back.
Well, it is a small group too, small-ish.
Yeah, there's not a big crowd of cars in this one. Yeah. You know, we were talking about the chicane, and whether you thought it was pretty tight this year. So I did a little survey of the guys over there, asking them what about the chicane, and they're saying, well, that's the reason that they're taking so long between the sessions, because they had to rebuild it after the last group was out there. I'm sure that happens after everyone. So I got mixed reviews. Steve Constant in the Lester MG thinks it's tighter. And but the rest of the guys, particularly in the cycle-fended TDs, thinks it's...
They don't care.
Kurt Burns says, I can go through there in third gear. I said, you had to go through it in third gear. You couldn't get into second, remember? but he got that sorted out. So there seemed to be a difference of opinion as to whether it's tighter or smaller. So it's probably about the same as it's always been.
I think that the corner workers, who man the station down there on the hay bales are probably the hardest working crew here. They're always putting those hay bales back up, and it's awful in the rain when those things get waterlogged and you have to move them around. We just heard right after the field got the start and went past turn 1 that coming down out of the false grid was our one and only alcohol-burning, single-cylinder Norton Manx-powered Formula 3 car. Just went out, and that's Peter Rell in 871, 1957 Cooper Norton Manx Formula 3 car, and
that's such a fabulous car and an interesting group of guys.
Well, right. It's a pretty odd. I mean, the whole thing of these 500cc engines burning alcohol. And so I said, well, it looks like a very light car. How light is this car? And he said 500 pounds. Well, I have a motorcycle that weighs more than that race car, so that's impressive. But he said it's great fun to drive, lots of fun, and they love the track here.
They've been coming for many years. So. So as expected, Mike Barstow is in the lead with Steve Cotson second and Kurt Burns third, and then George Schaefer a few seconds back and forth. But clearly going better than he was earlier today. I don't hear it breaking up the way it was before. So.
Yeah, well, I don't know whether maybe heat isn't so much of a problem today, but I was wondering whether some of the car difficulties yesterday might have been due to vapor lock or other heat-related concerns.
Well, in Schaefer's case, it was because the guy working on the carburetor managed to miss something that was obviously wrong. It was easy to fix.
Somebody you know?
Somebody I know very well. I see him every morning in the mirror. And but before he found that, we changed everything electrical on the car. New distributor, and we couldn't fix it.
This race is sponsored by Ally Auto. It's scheduled to be 8 laps in length. Michael Barstow, your pole sitter, is your leader with a quick time so far of a 2:35. So usually, he's not being pushed at the moment terribly hard.
Now our friend in the Norton Manx may be just being very respectful of but that car normally goes a little quicker than that.
Yeah, he was not pushing it there too hard into the first turn.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Mark Sherman in car 607, unofficially in 5th place. And
that's a really nice TD with a lot of nice history. And when he bought it originally, and it has an original supercharger, not original to the car, but it's a correct, period correct supercharger. He's about the only one out here now.
I was going to ask you how many cars were supercharged in this, because wouldn't that have put him in the day in a different class?
Normally in the day that would have put him in a different class, yeah.
So that's running on a belt of...
Yeah, like a Gilmer belt. I think it actually has a pulley thing on it. So, yeah. And through a single carburetor, and then into the intakes.
And what kind of boost were they doing in those days?
I'd have to ask, but I think we're on 10 or 11 or 12 is typical. So Mike and Steve and Kurt are still playing tight together, but Schaefer has disappeared or backed off a little bit. Got caught behind the slower cars, perhaps. But still going well. And then we have the Pattersons out in the Elvas.
Well, I'm looking at that. I think it's red car number 9, which I don't recognize.
That's an Elva Mark 1, I think. Maybe.
Okay. Sports racer.
Sports racer. And the other one is I only know it's Elva because I looked at the tag on it this morning, but I'm not familiar with which model it is, but it's obviously much later.
They may be on the entry list as in the Sports Racer Group 6. And in fact, looks like Christopher
that's it.
Patterson, right?
Mark 1.
And the Elva Mark 1, that's car number 9.
Yeah, the Norton Manx seems to be getting up to speed a little bit more now. Certainly makes a unique noise.
These earlier race cars, they just look so stately, and I think it's because the driver sits so upright in them. The car's very vertical, very high, and it must feel pretty interesting to go around the turns in those things.
Yeah.
And of course, some of those cars, you know, they weren't built for road racing, and some of them have a brake on the outside of the cockpit and a shift lever between their knees, pretty much, or between their thighs. They weren't meant for a lot of shifting. I think they were meant for an oval track race. You get into gear and you just leave it there.
Slide. So this could be interesting. The leaders are coming up on lapping these two pre-war cars that are going quite slow. So this is going to tighten things up. And Steve Consummate took a look down the inside there, thought better of it at the last second. So you watch him going up the hill now, and it looks like Mike was getting ahead of the pre-war cars that they were passing, and I suspect all three of them.
When the corner workers came around during our lunch break, you saw the flatbed truck come by the opening ceremonies and make a lap of the track. Not only do these folks come up here, spend the weekend standing in the sun, or as the case may be sometimes in the rain, and helping us to put on the race and work hard all through the weekend, but they also contribute money to the PVGP charities and turned over $511 during the lunch break that they collected among themselves as an expression of their support for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix and its charities, the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. So corner workers, you always go way beyond what's asked and expected of you, and you just do more than we could ask for. So.
And they're a breed unto themselves. I'm always amazed at the amount of dedication that corner workers have and how excited they are to be able to do this. And all they ask is a little recognition from time to time. And this kind of racing just couldn't happen without them. So we have the camera showing Mark Sherman coming through the turn one here, following the Patterson pair.
And there's a note that silver pre-war car that we just saw go by. I want to say it's 871, but I don't see it listed as 871. Oh, yes, I do. That's Peter Rell.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's the Cooper. That's the Norton Manx-powered Cooper. Has pulled off at Station 8 and is asking for a tow at the end of the race. So he did come by one time very slowly, I thought, and then he seemed to get back up to speed. So.
Well, I'm sorry he's having trouble, but it's great to see the car here. I'm sure it'll be fine once he gets it back.
So what's the advantage in running, in some of these cars, running alcohol as a fuel? What did that enable them to do?
Well, alcohol burns cooler, and but for the life of me, I know that a lot of guys race go-karts on the stuff and different things. And I have no idea but it certainly gives more power in some ways, and it burns totally differently. So you have to totally change the fuel system.
And of course, this motor, and I think a number of those motorcycle-powered Formula 3 cars, they were air-cooled engines, and so running alcohol and the cooling effect of the alcohol would really help an air-cooled engine, I would think.
Well, our leaders that went by a second ago are still very, very close together, the three of them.
Corner workers have radioed in that they're seeing a little smoke, perhaps, from the back of Kurt Burns' car.
I'm shocked.
This coming from an MG driver.
Yeah, it's British. Probably might be leaking a little oil from someplace and getting on the exhaust pipe, which makes for a little smoke.
Rather than coming out the exhaust pipe.
Yeah, it's probably coming onto the exhaust pipe.
Yeah, right.
But I can tell you, Kurt's of course running a full fendered car there, so he's giving up a lot of weight to the other cars. Like Mark does, being with aluminum cycle fenders on the front, and of course Constance's car with that envelope aluminum body is much lighter.
Yeah.
Here they are, really close together, coming through on the the golf course, and just heading into the entrance to the Serpentine.
Yeah. Passing those two, or coming up on those.
Passing the chicanes.
Well, yeah, coming up on the two early sports racers. So we have 4 laps down, and our leaders will be seeing shortly to complete 5 laps. This is our race group 1, pre-war and MGT series cars. Now, when people are looking for interesting cars to race and to buy on the street, I understand you can get into T-Series cars without spending a lot of money.
Yeah, T-Series MGs are not terribly expensive, particularly ones that aren't super concourse. I mean, you can spend $100,000, making one perfect. But there's an awful lot of them out there. A lot of people like me bought them in the 60s as soon as we had 2 nickels to rub together. Restored every single one we could find. So there's a lot of them on the market that were probably restored by people who are passionate about originality and passionate about the cars. And so they're fairly plentiful.
Yeah, I think a nice TF is a drivable car, not a show car, but a car to drive on weekends would be pretty neat.
And thanks to what we've learned through racing, we've learned how to make the engines a lot more reliable, even at 7,000 RPMs. So I know a lot of people that they inherited their dad's 2D, and they find out that it's not too reliable, and crankshafts that have a tendency to break just sitting there. And so if you put modern mechanicals inside, crankshaft, connecting rods, pistons, and improve the oiling a little bit inside, you can really make the cars not only reliable, but nice camshaft and a few other tricks, and you can make it pretty quick.
Yeah, I would think we must have learned something in the last 50 years.
And so I have as you might know, I sell parts for these things. So I started making this competition headers 20 years ago because nobody else had made them, so I have them made to my specs, and now it's the same thing with cranks and connecting rods. So I have T-Series fanatics all over the world who call me in the middle of the night sometimes.
Are these for race cars or street cars or both?
Both. A lot of times people want something they can do both with.
Yeah.
And drive it on the street fast, and then take the windshield off the bumpers and put numbers on it, and hold it a roll bar and go racing. So it's an interesting fraternity of people, but it's global. I have friends in New Zealand and Australia buying my stuff, and I get to vicariously build their cars.
Now, do you sell any pieces in England? I mean, you'd think there'd be a few builders in England doing that.
There's a concentration of stuff in England, but yeah, I sell a few things into England. But a lot of the same stuff that I have is made in England.
Yeah. Our leaders are lapping the field.
I didn't see any smoke coming out of Kurt's car there.
It's good when the corner workers they're observant and.
I'm not doubting that.
Right, they want to be cautious.
Probably in certain turns, like I said, a little oil drips on the.
And race control is very good. They'll take the report and they'll just look at the car. They're certainly not going to bring a car in just because somebody said they thought they saw something.
Yeah, years ago when I was running here, I knocked the exhaust system loose on my car at the hay bales. And my buddy Jim Mills, who used to come to these races with me a lot, was taking pictures up at the Serpentine, and he was always chatting with the corner workers up there. And the corner workers, he says, "They're black flagging your guy." And he says, "What for?" And the guy gets on the radio, says, "What's going on with this?" And he can't hear it. What he says to Jim is, says his bumper's falling off. And Jim says, "Call him back, we don't got no bumpers."
Yeah. It already fell off, huh? Yeah, well, yeah. We were looking at I was looking at a photograph of a car earlier today. One of the Triumph GT6s.
Yeah.
Photographer took a photograph of it with its tailpipe pretty much hanging right on the ground. And I don't know when the picture was taken, yesterday or today, but those cars are low anyway. And
yeah.
And sometimes if you go over a bump or something, it'll knock the hanger loose and the pipe will hang down. No big deal.
Well, in my case that year, I had definitely hit one of the hay bales pretty hard. Somebody else had spun it in front of me, but that was another story. But yeah, we've talked about that before. Sometimes that is a somewhat defensive maneuver. You can always just cut that second hay bale with your right rear wheel and send it spinning in front of the guy that's right behind you.
Oh. Is that in your book?
Yeah, that's in my book.
Oh.
You might remember Mike McLaughlin, who owned Andy McSwiggan's car.
Yeah.
The first time he did that to me, he actually warned me. He says, now don't follow me too close. And sure enough, we go into the hay bales in one of our practice sessions, and he deliberately spins that thing right in front of my TF. And my TF still has a bend in its right front fender.
One lap to go. The noose is out here at the finish line.
And Steve Conson is all over the back of Mike Barstow's car.
Right. It is time to.
It's time to go.
Time to go.
Yep.
Yes, and in fact, as long as you don't fall back too far, you can hang back through this race and really use the last lap as the one to go for the lead. You don't have to lead the whole race, although it's fun to do that.
Yeah.
But it's also fun to pass a car.
Well,
and,
this is not an easy place to pass, but there's a couple of like the outbraking zone going into the fountain turn. Is a traditional place, but typically if you outbrake somebody there, they take the wider line and they just pass you back coming out of the turn.
Yeah.
So this is not an easy place to pass there.
So where else? Going in the fountain turn?
Well, turn one, as you've seen, you have to outbrake somebody and have it pretty well under control by the time you get there. The entrance to the Serpentine, I remember one year I pulled off a slick pass.
Late braking there?
Yeah, and the opposition tends to be over 2/3 over on the track, and I just zipped it
down the inside. Excellent.
I got away with that one time.
Yes, if that driver was paying attention, he won't let you do that again.
Well, at the time, I forget the gentleman's name. He was Australian. He was driving an ERA, a fabulous ERA. The picture of the car is in my book, going over the Panther Hollow Bridge. Ian Landy.
Yes.
This car.
Yeah.
And so we were in the mixed group one year, and of course it was the pre-war car, but he was really fast. That's a Formula One car from the 30s.
Yeah.
And so I hung with him, and I got by him there, but then he passed me again coming up Boulevard of the Allies in the next lap. And I noticed after that he was always hugging the wall.
Yes.
And later on, my buddy Jim again was having a conversation with him, and he asked him, because Jim had seen me pass him there, and then noticed that he didn't let me have any room after that. And he says, "Yeah, I moved over mighty big time, I did."
We'll have the checker coming out.
Well, this should be an interesting finish here. Oh, Mike's got it.
Yep. Yeah, so they finished the way they started. 1-2.
1, 2, 3. Mike Barstow.
And 3, Kurt Burns.
Kurt Burns in third.
Steve Conson second, and the Lester.
Well, that's terrific, because I think that's the second year in the world that Mike Barstow has won that group. And he certainly is a great driver and a great competitor here, been here many years.
Yeah.
And of course, that whole field there, that first four MGs, all those guys were Pittsburgh guys. Steve Conson grew up here, has a lot of family still here in town. And George Schaefer went to college here and lives over in Somerset,
Now, I am seeing a bit of smoke from that car number 9, the Chris Patterson's Elva.
Yeah,
he was smoking particularly this lap.
Yeah, it was doing that earlier when they came in before, looking like it was putting steam out. But it was like that really white smoke coming out from the exhaust. But there was also a little puddle of oil under the car at the same time. So I hope things are all right with that car, but I suspect it's going to need some work.
So we've got a yellow flag here. Do we have something? Well, that's.
Yeah, there it is.
Now he's just pulled in over here.
Yeah, apparently he's the drive of the race, or whatever they're calling the.
But we've got a yellow, waving yellow here at the first turn, so there must be something just beyond the first turn.
Yep.
And now it's switched, it's turned into a white flag, so we've got a slow-moving car, apparently.
So we have the checker and a yellow here. The guys are encouraged, of course, to take a cool-off lap and wave at the corner workers, which I think is great, because in past years they used to try to save time and
pull them right in.
And pull them right in. And most of the drivers want to take a cool-off lap. It's much easier on the car.
Sure. And it's nice to be able to.
It's nice to be able to acknowledge the corner workers and acknowledge the fans up at the golf course and other places around the track. So if you're out there and you see the guys driving around waving at you, wave back. Give them a big thumbs up. They put in a lot of effort to put on this show. So yes, that's Alan Patterson in the number 9 Elba Mark 1, who's enjoying a cold drink and
we had his.
With some friends.
We weren't sure who was driving. It's the entry list said Christopher Patterson, and didn't really know until we saw him with the helmet off.
In the Mark 7.
Well, he is one of those movers and shakers responsible for having this event begin in 1983, and has raced here since 1983. So actually, I'd seen him earlier this weekend. I didn't know that he was driving this weekend, so I'm very happy to see that.
I'm glad to see that too. Alan is, this is a near and dear love of his, this whole event, and Patterson's, of course, big supporters.
Well, I'm going to wander over to the winner's circle, and we'll talk to the race winners.
The shift in the fourth. Yeah. Could you tell? I was like, oh, come on. I missed the shift.
Alan, I want to talk to you first.
Me first.
Because we didn't even know that you were in the car. My list said Christopher Patterson was driving, but it's Alan Patterson, and I have to say that Alan Patterson, without whom we would not have a Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Our very early formation meetings were held in his garage in Shadyside. You've been here from before the very beginning. So it's great to see you in the race car this year, and great to see you out there.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure, and I think I'm the luckiest guy in the world to be here, because I don't think anybody else is doing this at my age.
Can I ask you your age?
I'd rather not. It'd be embarrassing.
You've got wonderful cars, and interestingly, yesterday we heard through the woods, we heard what we thought was a pipe band.
Yes, we have the pipe band here for the entertainment of everybody on Saturday and Sunday. It's here today too, and it's the Balmoral Pipe Band here in Pittsburgh, and they're a great help to all of us, and they're backing our charities.
Alan Patterson again, one of the men really responsible for the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. 33 years here, and we wouldn't be here this weekend if it weren't for you. So you get the Workers Award this weekend. Congratulations, Alan.
Very much. Thank you all very much, and thank you to each and every volunteer. We couldn't do it without the volunteers. Not a chance.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dad, I'm going to cover you. I'm worried about the heat.
Are you worried about the heat?
Yeah, well, I'm worried about the heat.
Where do you want him?
You set up and I'll try to work around.
Can I interrupt you and say congratulations, Mike Barstow?
Thank you so much.
You've done this just a few times here at Shenley Park.
This is my 22nd year, and it was my first win last year. And of course, this event is always on my birthday weekend, and today is my birthday, so what a present.
Happy birthday, that's fantastic. I'm sitting with Manley Ford, who's done an awful lot of MG racing, and he has just the highest compliments for you, your car, your preparation, and your driving. So
I don't take the credit for the preparation. Jim Boppo does all the preparation. He does a fantastic job. And as I said last year, this is a fantastic event. I come from the West Coast to do it. The car stays here in New Brighton, and it's a great, great event, and thanks to all the volunteers.
Well, congratulations. I'm glad you chose to celebrate your birthday this way with us.
Well, it's the best way to do it, I think. And who'd have thought I'd be racing at 73?
Let's look for Steve Constance. Steve? It was great. That was great fun to watch, and I kept wondering whether you could slip by Mike Barstow. That's pretty difficult.
Well, Mike drove a great race. He didn't miss a beat. I was waiting for him to make a mistake and capitalize it on it. There was a couple times where we were in some traffic, and we could have done some things. But on almost the second, I think the second to last lap, I caught him here, and I got him up at the top of the hill, and I missed a shift in the fourth, and I couldn't get it in the fourth. So he pulled ahead of me, and we went down. It was a great race. He's got a great car. He did a great, just great driver, and we had a lot of fun, especially on his birthday. And I just want to thank the city of Pittsburgh, all the volunteers, the corner workers, everybody who helps put this on. I grew up here, and we come back every year for the race. We live in Georgia now, and we wouldn't miss it. So thanks everybody very much. And I also want to thank my wife, who's around here somewhere. She came with me, and we had a great time. So,
Super. Thanks so much for coming and putting on a great show for us this weekend. Where's Kurt? Kurt, you started third, you finished third. You may have been wanting more than that, but it was lots of fun to watch. A great race.
Well, I actually got into second for a little bit, and then Steve got by me again, and my clutch started going. I think you saw the smoke coming from my car, but it was a great race. Steve and Mike, I've been racing with them for years. It was just a fantastic race.
Conditions on the track good this weekend?
Conditions were great. Yesterday morning it was a little bit slick, but today it was fantastic. I didn't find anything really slick or anything.
I just want to say on behalf of all of us who enjoy watching you guys race so much every year here at Shenley Park, thanks for bringing us a wonderful show. We raise a lot of funds for the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society, but people wouldn't be coming out to this event if it weren't for wonderful racing and great cars and just great folks like you. So thanks for coming out this weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you all the corner workers, and thank you to my father who gave me the car way back 35 years ago. So.
Excellent.
Thank you.
At Ally Bank, no branches equals great rates. It's a fact. Kind of like ordering wine equals pretending to know wine.
Pinot Noir, which means peanut of the night.
The big cable and phone companies are slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. And you're left to wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're taking technology to new heights. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You can't wait for high-speed internet. And thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today. We don't see things the way they are. We see them as they should be. It's always faster this, smaller that, better everything. And the way we see it, the internet's in a rut. Literally. The big cable and phone companies, they're slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. And you're left to wait. But we're not waiting. We're putting high-speed internet where it belongs. We're taking it to the skies and shooting it across the country. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's running so many things: businesses, schools, lives, and more, way more. Now there's a new choice, and it's here to connect you to everything that matters most. You can't wait for high-speed internet, and thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today.
At Ally Bank, no branches equals great rates. It's a fact. Kind of like mute buttons equal danger.
Next quarter. Does that sound good?
Not being on this phone call sounds good.
It's not muted. Was that you, Jason?
It was Jeffrey. It could have been Brenda.
The Autism Society of Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these current projects: training legal and juvenile justice professionals, and educating governmental officials on autism needs. Developing middle school autism curriculum. Through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression. Producing the Autism Takes Flight training film for travelers with autism, and conducting in-services for parent support groups and providers. To those who have made the Grand Prix the remarkable Pittsburgh tradition that it is, the drivers, the volunteers, the car clubs, and of course, the sponsors and our supportive city, on behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact the Autism Society of Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismsocietypgh.org.
At NHS Allegheny Valley School, we care for more than 900 children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Across a wide range of age and spectrum of need, our mission is to provide individualized programming and care to ensure that each individual lives with purpose and dignity. We are continually striving to develop new ways to deliver our programs that provide a range of opportunities and greater independence. Each individual at AVS is assessed and evaluated for the best program to suit their needs and level of ability. With programming ranging from therapeutic activities to work programs to work in the community, AVS helps each individual to develop and achieve personalized goals. In addition, families are comforted knowing their loved one at Allegheny Valley School has opportunities and choices that help them to learn, grow, and live their life to their fullest potential.
Wherever the road takes you, you'll enjoy getting there in a new Lincoln from Beyondy. And right now, with the Beyondy Pledge, there is no better time to uncover the surprising luxury experience that comes with every Lincoln for as little as $279 a month. Beyondy Lincoln in Monroeville. Wherever the road takes you, you'll enjoy getting there in a new Lincoln from Beyondy. And right now, with the Beyondy Pledge, there is no better time to uncover the surprising luxury experience that comes with every Lincoln for as little as $279 a month. Beyondy Lincoln in Monroeville.
Every truck can tow a boat. Every truck can climb a hill. Every truck can haul a trailer. But not everyone can say they're the fastest growing truck brand in America. Guts, glory, Ram.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is precision. This is Denali from GMC.
Whether you're going to the great outdoors or just to grandma's house, the new 2015 Jeep Renegade is the perfect ride, starting at just $17,995. Come in to test drive one today at the summer clearance event at Hillview Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned. The 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned. The 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
This red carpet event brings a lot of awareness.
It's just nice to see a big contribution to Pittsburgh as a whole.
I would say that where else can you go to dinner, raise money for a great charity, and look at new cars?
3, 2, 1, party!
This is the most fun charity event.
It's a great time, great atmosphere, great people.
Cars and food and fun and music.
My favorite parts of the evening was probably the entrance of Joey Porter and his wife pulling up in the Ferrari, and Joey cutting a ribbon. Just, you know, what a great cause to have him and his wife here.
Oh, I love the cars, and really the check presentation was the best part. It was the most money that they've ever raised.
$360,000.
It will help people like me more than you will ever know.
My friends and artists thank all of you for your support of AVS.
Up on stage, you saw a couple young people talk and how their lives were affected, and a check for $360,000 donated to their charity in the school.
I do. I think it's been a great partnership with the Vintage Grand Prix. I think what we're able to do together is just it's amazing to see.
Looking forward to 2016 already.
It gets bigger and better every year.
Hello.
I'm Roya.
Hi, Roya. Nice to meet you. Seth. Hey, Seth.
Hello.
Harry. Have a seat. I have a video I want you to watch, and no matter what, I need you to stay focused. Don't take your eyes off the screen.
No, thank you.
Take it off.
Eyes on the road.
Can't.
So, it is hard to stay focused. There are other things that steal our focus, like your cell phone. It would be cool if, at the touch of a button, your car could send a text response, allowing you to stay focused on your driving.
I mean, there's no such thing now, right?
Well, I was just going to introduce you to a car that can do that. The 2015 Chevrolet Cruze.
Wow. Wait, the Cruze does that? Nice.
Yep, check it out.
It's beautiful. It's amazing.
So that's how your text would appear through your phone? And here are your preset responses that you can send out.
This will make it a little easier to keep my eye on the road.
That's pretty cool.
Technology's amazing.
I like it.
Nice shot of Alan Patterson there a second ago up in.
Yes, that's from one of the videos. There was a very nice video done of Patterson talking about the history of the event. So this is our race group number 2, I believe, the under 1 liter race.
Mm-hmm.
And cars coming out from the false grid. A lot of sprites. You'll see some of the bug-eye sprites.
Yeah, on the pole is that really neat Fiat Abarth, or however we pronounce it around here.
Oh, the Mark, is that Mark
one.
Mailing in the green one?
Alain, if I have it right, I'm confused.
Yeah, Alain Raymond is in this group 328. You have group 2.
But on the pole, I thought was the.
I think you've got a different sheet from mine.
Well, I got it from you.
What does mine say? Well, maybe I gave you.
Oh, so Mark Mailing's in the lime green.
Right. I've got John Gallagher on the pole in the Turner, car 103. You've got practice, and it should be qualified. Do you have a group 2 qualified?
These are all practice.
Maybe. Let me see if I have one.
It's okay, I'll cheat and look on yours.
And our race is sponsored by Chevy. We're just about to get underway with an 8-lap race for race group 2, which is under 1 liter. And
what's that?
Don't think I can find an extra grid sheet, but I'll tell you that the pole sitter is John Gallagher, car 103, the Turner 950S. And car 113, Mark Mailing of Canonsburg in the lime green Abarth Scorpion SS. Starting third, car 212, Michael Fazzi from Midlothian, Virginia in the Fiat 850 Spider. Now, I think that we might have seen him come in with a problem during the Italian car race that we started this afternoon with. So I'm not sure whether Michael Fazzi is out here. And then the first of our English cars comes on. Oh, no, I take that back. Our pole sitter's an English car, the Turner. Starting fourth is the Austin Healey Sprite of David Thomas from Clarksburg, West Virginia, in car number 65. Then 33, Michael Richmond in a Sprite. Car 68, Donald Street of Asheville, New York, in a Sprite. Alain Raymond in car 328, who got the Workers' Award after the Italian car race, starts 7th in his Fiat Abarth 1000 TC. Then car 344, Bob Fairbanks from Portville, New York, in his Devon Saab, with a class listed as H-modified back when the SCCA had H-modified, and a lot of crazy, wacky, fast little cars raced in classes like H-modified. Joseph Parlanti in car 815 in the Abarth Zagato 750, and Bob Duell, car 109, in the Panhard Dyna Jr., the one with the tongue hanging out. Not a very fast car, but he's been here so many years with that car. And, I mean, how often do you get a chance to see a Panhard on a racetrack?
Exactly.
So that group is out, and on pace lap. Fast time for our pole sitter set in qualifying, a 2:34.5. field should be coming down. There's the pace car coming out of the bottom of the Serpentine. There's our field. Looking for a green flag. We have a start. Mark Mailing jumps right into the lead. And that may be because I didn't see Gallagher's Turner.
The Turner didn't make the field.
Not there, huh? So this might be the best start for Mark Mailing. Could end up being his best finish as well. He's been doing this race for quite a while in that car, and I think I mentioned earlier that he's gotten a Spriter midget also, and has something that went bad I think on a recent race weekend, so that car is not quite ready to go at the moment, but this one looks pretty good at the moment. So again, 8-lap race for under 1 liter cars, and they're just barely under 1 liter. You know, when you have rules in racing, you go right to the limit.
Edge, yep.
So the 950. Is that the same motor as in the Sprites and was that
guy, the 940? The
yep.
948.
948. And then the Abarth that Alain Raymond is racing is listed as a 1 liter car, and it's probably something like 998, or it's probably very close to 1 liter. And the Abarth Zagato 750 of Joseph Parlanti is presumably somewhere around 750 cc, I would guess. Car 344 has stopped on.
That's Bob Fairbanks
on this first lap
in
the Devon Saab,
which has been here many times.
So they are pushing the car. The car has apparently pushed off, and they're pushing it off the racing surface up onto the grass, and that's at station somewhere between 2 and 3. So it's just around the corner from us. I guess maybe that's before the chicane, I think. So he didn't get very far on the first lap.
I wonder if he forgot to turn the fuel pumps on. That's usually about where they cut out.
I have to say that those 2-stroke Saab-powered cars will just rip your eardrums out when they go by at speed. So I can't say I'm terribly disappointed that the car won't be coming by. The cars are very, very, very loud. So we have because of that car off down there. Oh, I see. We have a standing yellow here at start and also at turn 1.
And they're motioning the cars to stay to the right, so he's probably just off there on the left.
Well, we have word that that emergency people medical people are dealing with a spectator who's in some distress just on the outside of the turn. So I think maybe that's the situation there. Now we've got a waving yellow. Oh, I see. Oh, that is the. Is that the Devon Saab?
That's the Devon Saab being pushed or rolled out of harm's way there behind the barrier.
And so now it's enough on the grass that the yellow has dropped there at the first turn. It's still standing yellow here at start-finish.
They got the message. So yeah, the standing yellow has been dropped.
And that car is Bob Fairbanks' car is well off. In fact, I got a report that it's in the pits. I'm not sure it's all the way up there, but at least it's off in that area.
Well, I'm sorry about that. Bob's a great guy, and he's been coming here a long time.
Now that car, that Sonnet is a Sonnet racing without a roof, and I think all the years it's come here, it doesn't have a roof. And I don't know, did they ever sell Sonnets that weren't a coupe?
I don't recall ever seeing another one like that.
No, I don't either. It's it's a fiberglass body, so you're probably not losing that much weight when you take the top off a Sonnet. So race underway again. We only have one lap complete. Mark Mailing is your leader, or was last time we checked. This is the 33rd annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, presented by the Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation and benefiting the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. We'll probably go over the $4 million mark this year when we present our
Interestingly
check
enough,
later on.
the Abarths have changed orders.
Look at that. I wondered if Alain was a lap down. I shouldn't doubt him. He's in the lead. I thought he looked very fast this morning when they went out for practice.
I noticed on the, I was talking to the guy who's driving the yellow Bug-Eye, it's a 68 that used to be driven here by Gary Croft. And I thought that was the car, and I went and talked to him today. And the driver's name that's listed here, Daryl
Street.
That's not who's in the car. The guy's name's Dave, and I've forgotten his last name, but he's from Jamestown, New York.
Oh.
And he's kind of frustrated because he figured his challenge was to get as fast as Gary here, and he says, I'm getting within 11 seconds of Gary's best time. I said, well, keep working on it.
11 seconds, yeah.
I said, read my book. That might help.
Well, I think it's his first time here on this track.
Yeah.
And as you have acknowledged and we've talked about, it's a
this is
challenge.
not a track you get the first time.
Yeah.
But he's just got a grin from his one ear to the other.
I guess.
And Gary is a terrific guy, and he got a really beautiful car. Probably one of the nicest Bug-Eyes there is.
Well, that again,
not to disparage any of the other ones here, because I love them all.
That driver was telling me yesterday, again, grinning at our worker party last evening after we finished activities. He came over to me and said, he said, I'm having a great time. I'm going really slowly. I'm at the back of the field, and I am wearing out. He said, I've worn out the mirrors. As he watched quicker cars come up from behind to pass. And actually, it was a great comment because it means he's aware of the mirrors and probably is indeed using them, and that's a very important thing.
Right.
So 2 laps down, and Alain Raymond is indeed in the lead, and that's terrific. He had a 7th grid spot, a 7th qualifying position. So some magic just occurred out there a little while ago. Mark Mailing must have overcooked something somewhere. And
could be. But Alain is just driving away here.
He is going. Yes, he is.
Well, Mark appears to be in 3rd now.
Yep.
And
And that's what's interesting here now is that the car that's now in 2nd is another driver who has also come down from the Montreal area, and that's Amio Bachan. And I was talking to Amio in the pit this morning because he blew a head gasket yesterday. We were talking in the paddock in the pits this morning about the cooperation among drivers and teams and how they helped each other out. He said, I blew a head gasket. I'm the only car in my class with an engine this size. He has the smaller, he's running the smaller motor. Everybody else is running the 1275. And he said, another driver came up and said, oh, I got a spare in my trailer, take mine. And they put it on, and he's in 2nd place. So
I wouldn't be surprised if somebody came up to him and said they had a spare motor and gave it to him. Most of these guys who run the A series motors always have a spare one.
Do they? Why, you couldn't count on it to last too long?
Well, they're so easy to change that it happens a lot. They're such tiny little motors and they rev them so high.
Well, I think it'd be very cool if this race ended with the two Quebec drivers up on the podium. At the moment, they are in 1st and 2nd place, and Mark Mailing in 3rd. David Thomas is running 4th in car 65, the Sprite, and in 5th unofficially, Michael Richmond in car 33, again another Sprite. Alain is indeed beating Amiot so far. They are 1 and 2. Car 65 is off. David Thomas.
He just got into third place or second place, and
we're told he's pulled off between 4 and 5. So I'm guessing that he's pulled off the course. There's that cute little Panhard.
Panhard.
And I'm not positive about the motor in that, but
David is 63, which isn't on our list.
That's Amiot Bachan.
Oh, that is Amiot
Yeah,
Bachan.
yeah.
Okay, no wonder
And he said he was here a couple of years ago. He said, I wasn't really very fast then. And he said, the car's better this year, and the driver is better.
The car's better than the driver. Well, this is the kind of track that really does separate those, with real skills and those who have some room for improvement. And I've certainly run across a lot of people who came here and said, "Oh, now I get it," and now I can really get value out of doing a driver's school, Skip Barber, or one of those. Because after you've had the frustration and you realize, gee, I need some, having that inspiration and desperation. Start spending some money and go educate yourself.
So you think it's better to do it than?
I think it's good.
Can be beneficial to do it in that order.
To have had a little bit of experience to see
before you go off to.
You don't want to wait too long. You develop bad habits. You'll never change. But I certainly benefited from that. But I had raced for a couple of years before I had the good fortune to do, and I did a lot of schools with Skip Barber and a couple of the others.
Did you do a Bob Bondurant?
I did a Bob Bondurant. I had kind of a nice little gig with TRW, the company I worked for. I was in charge of employee communications and organizational communications. So I put together the annual conferences for the leadership of the company, and it was always in Phoenix or Tucson. And so I said, I said, we're a car company, and team building day is golf? No. Team building day is driving school.
Good for you.
And so I remember the first time I called Bob Bondurant in the dead of winter. And of course, he didn't really run the company. They had, Ford or Chrysler or whatever was actually operating it, and they had their own salespeople in there. But if you got Bob on the phone and started talking cars to him, he'd give you one heck of a deal. And I got a really sweet deal for 200 executives, going through the school.
Wow.
And we just had a blast.
Now, what kind of team building can you do? Because car racing is kind of
well, you can do like
person against person.
You can you can do like an enduro type thing where you change drivers, and have multiple drivers in this, in the same car.
Okay, that's good.
And or for time, you can do different things, like almost like an autocross on the track. And it is amazing how people really got a lot out of it. I always found it to be a great team building activity.
Well, we have a new leader, and that's Amiot Bachan, who's gotten by Alain, and just turned his fastest lap so far of the race at 2:29.8.
Wow, you break 2:30 here, you're going, particularly in a little car.
And it's interesting because he didn't turn up on our grid sheet for some reason, so I didn't have a qualifying time for Amiot. Actually, what I'm looking at is the last lap. I'm not actually getting the fast lap times, am I? But here's the fast lap for him down
right
here,
there
2:29.
Comes speeding in that one.
So we have 5 laps complete in this race. It's still 2 Quebec drivers running first and second, and our Mark Mailing from Cannonsburg running third, car 113, that lime green Abarth Scorpion SS. This is race group 2, the under preservation and production cars under 1 liter.
They may cut.
Yeah, just checking on which of the two Canadian drivers is leading in the one. I have some Canadians sitting here with us, so
They're
they're
sticklers
interested
for the
in.
accuracy.
Yes, right. Well, they have a nice little race there in Montreal every year. That Formula thing, you know, that Grand Prix of Canada.
That little race up there.
A wonderful. Yeah. So there's Amio going around turn 1.
Lifting that right front tire as it goes through the turn, gets the front tire about.
Picking it up.
Yeah. See a lot of daylight underneath the right front corner there.
Now I would race front-wheel drive cars, and I'd pick up the rear inside tire. Yeah. Now we seem to have lost. Oh, that's a shame. So, so Alain Raymond has pulled off. Alain has pulled off at station 18. We don't know what some automobile problem. That's too bad.
Sorry to hear that.
Because he was running extremely well. And that's going to move car 33, I think, Michael Richmond, in the Sprite up to 3rd. Going by us right now. And this driver, again, as you mentioned, he's listed as Darrell Street.
Yeah,
and
right. But he's up to 4th.
He's up to 4th, indeed. So this will be a really wonderful weekend for him. And Bob Duell in the Panhard, I think, is down a lap. In 8th, 9th place, I believe. Well, you pick up that inside rear wheel and or front wheel. That looked like a rear wheel that time.
Yeah, that's when you.
In a rear-wheel drive car, that's not so good.
Yeah,
is it?
yeah, and with an open diff, that can slow you down a little bit.
I was going to say, when you pick one of those up, it means that the whole end of the car there that's being suspended by that axle, now that all that weight is being handled by one tire. So sometimes it means when we watch them go into this first turn, you'll see the rear end kick out.
Dance out a lot.
Yep.
And
so we're looking at car 63, our leader, Amiot Bachin, and the noose has come out. 1 lap to go.
So he's working his 8th lap?
Yes, working his 8th lap. Amiot Bachin calls home Wentworth, Quebec, which is in the greater Montreal area. So cars circulating on their last lap. Never really know what's going to happen on the last lap. Nothing, you hope. Nothing untoward. Here's Michael Richmond, who at the moment is running 3rd.
Takes a really nice smooth line through here. Very tidy car, handles really nice, looks good. Always like to see a good-looking guy, you know.
Normally, if this were a flat surface racetrack and going into this first turn, this right-hander, I'd expect the cars to be way over here by the curb.
Yeah.
But because of the crown, I have found in years past, I'm farther to the left
at the entry to turn one than just about any other car.
Oh.
I drive that. It's a nice conservative place to be. If you turn in over there, like just before that manhole cover, just to the right of it, you know, you can see the whole turn and the exit. You know, you don't have any trouble putting the power down, and you know you're not going to hit the curb, and you know you're not going to hit the Jersey barrier on the outside.
So you're really straightening the corner.
Yeah, so I do it that way, but I put the power down a lot earlier, and I find that I end up, you know, comparable cars that I'm carrying speed past somebody who's taking a tighter line through that turn.
So you don't have a problem crossing the crown there?
No, because when you're braking on the off camber, that's good.
Here's the checker. There's our winner, Amio Bashan. Second year, I think, here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
Good for him.
As we mentioned, changed a head gasket earlier this weekend and ends up winning the
some
race.
Adversity and brought home the win. That's great. Yeah.
Looking for our second place car, it's been Mark Mailing, who took off from the pole and led for a while, and then we had a yellow flag situation, and suddenly he was not in the lead. Here's Mark, second place. And still waiting for a third place car to come across. It has been car 33. That's Michael Richmond. Right there. Well, I tell you, and I have been talking to these drivers, and you've seen it too, they are soaking wet when they get out of the cars.
Even in the best ventilated cars on a day like today, it's a lot of work driving this course. You have to learn to kind of even pace yourself physically. Remind yourself to breathe. Remind yourself to look at the gauges at the right times. And you can, you know, particularly if there's other cars close by and you're having a good race with somebody, it's easy to forget to breathe.
I guess you can really get caught up in it, and that would be a problem if you waited too long to breathe. Yeah.
But
But it is interesting that it is much more work. I mean, it really is hard. It's hard work out there. You're not just cruising the way you are on the turnpike.
That's for sure.
You're really working your way through corners. And then if you have to strategize how to get by this next car with this turn coming up, and then you're doing a lot of mental work as well.
Right. And but it's wonderful. It's a wonderful sport because you're always in the moment. You know, you block everything else out of your life, and everything is just in that moment, and that moment is gone instantaneously, and the next moment is there. And the good drivers, if you get a little loose in a turn, you don't let that bother you. You factor that in for the next time, but you don't dwell on it. You still have to stay on the track and get to the next turn and get to the next turn, and not do anything stupid. So there's a lot to it, a lot more than people realize. And I always find myself, there are things that happen during a race that I'll totally forget right afterwards, and maybe the next day my brain will start to download stuff.
Sure.
You know,
because you're processing a lot very fast. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go over and say hello to Amyan Bashan and the rest of our winners at our victory circle. Amio, congratulations.
Thank you. Oh, that's fantastic. I really worked very hard to get by. But the guys let me pass them. They were gentlemen. I really appreciate it.
I was relating the story about your head gasket.
Yes, and I have fantastic mechanics who built it until 7 yesterday, and we made it.
Now, did you tell me this is your second race weekend here?
Yes, I was here in 2012.
You had said to me earlier, you said, well, the car's a little faster this year and the driver's a little better, and I have to tell you, both are excellent.
Thank you very much. I feel I'm in, I don't know you say that in English, but the car and I really match well. We feel each other very well.
It was a great race. It was fun to watch you come from behind. Where did you start the race?
Just 11 out of 12. And I made it up. But the guys were, as I say, the guys were really gentlemen. They let me through. As soon as they felt I was coming fast, they just wave and that's it. Okay.
Congratulations. I hope you'll come back.
Oh, yes, I will. That's great.
Mark, I thought we were going to have 2 of the 3 Quebec drivers up on top, and I wasn't sure who was going to be first. It ends up being Amio, and Alain is, I guess we're bringing his car in.
Yes, he's up at Serpentine. I passed him because he was blocked, so that helped me. But I saw him in my mirror, and he was slowing down. So I said, oh, okay.
Well, it was a wonderful race for you. You started off on the pole and led, and then there was one lap when you came by and you weren't ahead. Something happened, I guess, that we didn't get to see.
2 guys were quicker. Today, no, Alain did really good, and he was flying, and these 2 guys from Canada did a tremendous job, and they were fast yesterday. Unfortunately, they both broke, and they got back today in the race, but they were quicker yesterday, to be honest with you. And I was actually not first. I was second. The car, the Turner, that was supposed to be on the pole, I must have had some mechanical issues that didn't show up, but good, safe race by everybody. Everybody was clean in their passing. I'd like to thank my co-owner, Kirk Jones, and my crew, but all the people from Pittsburgh and all the workers, you guys are tremendous. You do so much work for these kids, and it couldn't be any better. And I hope this thing goes on forever, and we can help these children from the Allegheny Valley schools and autism. It's a great cause, and thank you for all coming out today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Congratulations. Michael. Well, it was great. I mean, it was really a wonderful race for you.
It was a great race. I didn't really know what position I was in, so I was just racing along. I was by myself for quite a while there, just trying to find someone to chase with. But there was a chipmunk out there racing with me for a little while there.
So what's the story with the car?
The car, it's a great car. Belonged to the former great Frank Rigetti. I'm honored to have it. I've had it since November. It runs really great. It's a lot of fun to drive. And my first time here in Pittsburgh, and I can't wait for next year.
Pretty great to come and tackle this track and finish on the podium, because as you learn now, this is a pretty difficult track to learn.
It is a very difficult track to learn. There's a lot going on out there. The flaggers, the people, the corners. It's technical. A lot of learning went on this weekend.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Come back again.
I will. I'll be here.
And the Worker Award goes to Daryl Street. Daryl?
First time here, and I just can't believe it. What a thrill. It's just a thrill.
It's a really a wonderful event. We're very proud of it. Many of us who are proud of it have never raced it. Now you've got that under your belt. Are you elected to come back?
I'll be back for sure. Every year that I'm driving a car, I'll be back. Thank you to everybody that puts this on, the workers, the crews, everybody. I mean, without it, it wouldn't be possible, and it's just fantastic. What a weekend.
Terrific. Congratulations on getting the Workers Award.
Hello.
I'm Roya.
Hi, Roya. Nice to meet you.
Seth.
Hey, Seth. Tyree. Have a seat. I have a video I want you to watch, and no matter what, I need you to stay focused. Don't take your eyes off the screen.
No, thank you.
Take it off. Eyes on the road.
Can't.
So, it is hard to stay focused. There are other things that steal our focus, like your cell phone. It would be cool if, at the touch of a button, your car could send a text response, allowing you to stay focused on your driving.
I mean, there's no such thing now, right?
Well, I was just going to introduce you to a car that can do that. The 2015 Chevrolet Cruze.
Wow. Wait, the Cruze does that? Nice.
Yep, check it out.
It's beautiful. It's amazing.
So that's how your text would appear through your phone. And here are your preset responses that you can send out.
This will make it a little easier to keep my eye on the road.
That's pretty cool.
Technology's amazing.
I like it.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is precision. This is Denali from GMC.
Whether you're going to the great outdoors or just to Grandma's house, the new 2015 Jeep Renegade is the perfect ride, starting at just $17,995. Come in to test drive one today at the summer clearance event at Hillview Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
At Ally Bank, no branches equals great rates. It's a fact. Kind of like mute buttons equal danger.
Next quarter. That sound good?
Not being on this phone call sounds good.
It's not muted. Was that you, Jason?
It was Jeffrey. It could have been Brenda.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned, the 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
The big cable and phone companies are slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. And you're left to wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're taking technology to new heights. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You can't wait for high-speed internet. And thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today.
Wherever the road takes you, you'll enjoy getting there in the new Lincoln from Beyondy. And right now, with the Beyondy Pledge, there is no better time to uncover the surprising luxury experience that comes with every Lincoln for as little as $279 a month. Beyondy Lincoln in Monroeville.
This red carpet event brings a lot of awareness.
It's just nice to see a big contribution to Pittsburgh as a whole.
I would say that where else can you go to dinner, raise money for a great charity, and look at new cars?
3, 2, 1, party!
This is the most fun charity event.
It's a great time, great atmosphere, great people.
Cars and food and fun and music.
My favorite parts of the evening was probably the entrance of Joey Porter and his wife pulling up in the Ferrari, and Joey cutting a ribbon. Just, you know, what a great cause to have him and his wife here.
Oh, I love the cars, and really the check presentation was the best part. It was the most money that they've ever raised.
$360,000.
It will help people like me more than you will ever know.
My friends and I to thank all of you for your support of AVS.
Up on stage, you saw a couple young people talk and how their lives were affected, and a check for $360,000 donated to their charity in the school.
I do. I think it's been a great partnership with the Vintage Grand Prix. I think what we're able to do together is just it's amazing to see.
Looking forward to 2016 already.
It gets bigger and better every year.
The Autism Society of Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these current projects: training legal and juvenile justice professionals and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum, through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight training film for travelers with autism, and conducting in-services for parent support groups and providers. To those who have made the Grand Prix the remarkable Pittsburgh tradition that it is, the drivers, the volunteers, the car clubs, and of course, the sponsors and our supportive city, on behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact the Autism Society of Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismsocietypgh.org.
Every truck can tow a boat. Every truck can climb a hill. Every truck can haul a trailer. But not everyone can say they're the fastest growing truck brand in America. Guts, glory, Ram.
Here's the grid for our next race rolling out now. This is race group number 3 for production sports cars are under 1.5 liters. So this group has MG Midgets and Austin Healey Sprites, some Minis, some Alfa Romeos, small Alfa Romeos. And the pole sitter is an Elva Courier, an English, small production English sports car. In this country, most of the Elva Couriers were bought and used as race cars, but they really were a production 2-seat sports car. And the pole sitter is from Allison Park, Pennsylvania, car 379, Nate Scigliano in his 1959 Elva Courier. With the best time in qualifying, 2:25.988, almost exactly a 2:26 lap during qualifying yesterday. Starting second, car number 821, is Garth Knorr from Palm Coast, Florida, in a 1961 MG Midget. Starting third, car 57, Charlie Dolan from Pittsburgh in a 1957 MGA. Starting fourth, Craig Seifert from Oakdale, Pennsylvania, or Seifert, in a 1968 Austin Healey Sprite. Starting fifth is car 371, David Good from Caledon, Ontario, in an MGA. Starting sixth is Neil McCabe from Succossuna, New Jersey, in a 67 MG Midget, which is very much like the Sprite. The first of our mark cars starts, let's see, seventh, and that's Bradley Price of Brooklyn, New York, car 227, 1959 Alfa Romeo Giulietta Spider. That's a car that in our mark race that started the afternoon races, the all-Italian car race, he pulled off for a while, and then later on the car started and he resumed racing after perhaps a lap or two had gone by. So I don't know whether that was a heat-related problem or not, but I certainly hope that we see Bradley Price here as the cars come down to take the green flag to start this race. Starting eighth is car 41, Joe Plunkett from Coopersburg, Pennsylvania, in a Mini Cooper S. Starting ninth, car 7, Ian Wisman from Pittsburgh in a 1961 Austin Mini. Starting 10th, car 78, Alan Patterson III of Pittsburgh in a 1961 Austin Healey Sprite. Here's your pace car. No, this is the first of the safety cars coming by, the Mercedes. Starting 11th, car 53, David Smith from Carlisle, Pennsylvania, in a Sprite, 59 Sprite Mark I. That would be a Bug-Eye Sprite. Starting 12th, car 137, David Holmes of Elmira, Ontario, in a 57 MGA. Starting 13th, car 555, Santos Spadaro of Rybrook, New York, in the 58 Alfa Romeo Sprint Veloce. Starting 14th, car 43, Daniel Todd from Red Hill, Pennsylvania, in a 59 Alfa Giulietta Spider. Starting 15th, Bill Schwartz, formerly of Pittsburgh, now of Ligonier, Pennsylvania, Dr. William Schwartz, in his 59 Porsche 356A. Starting 16th, car 147, Tom Dick from Winchester, Virginia, in a 1962 MGA. Starting 17th, car 50, James Byers from Alexandria, Virginia, in an MG Midget. Starting 18th, car 948, Jeff Graham from Southern Shores, North Carolina, in a 58 Austin Healey Bug-Eye, or as he puts it, Frog-Eye Sprite. Starting 19th, car 27, Jim Arnett from Westminster, Maryland, in a 62 Austin Mini Cooper. Starting 20th, car 528, Jerry Smith from Summit, New Jersey, in a 1962 Devon C. And last on the grid, car 70, Robert Van Kirk from Stowe, Ohio, in a 1965 MG Midget. So we're expecting the cars. There they are, coming out of the Serpentine, and green flag is out, and we have a start. And Nate Giuliano takes the lead from the pole through the first turn. And they're off. I thought I saw, when they came by, I thought I saw a Volvo in this group. We do have a Volvo 544 racing this weekend. Is not listed officially as in this group. We'll have to check again. I may have just been imagining things when I looked out at the pack of cars as they came by us, but I thought I saw the Volvo in this race group. Perhaps not. So we're underway. These are slated as 8-lap races, and so lap number 1 is underway. Nate Giuliano had a great race weekend last weekend at Pit Race, the new long course at Pit Race. This race is sponsored by Fiat Chrysler Automotive, and I think there are several members of the Giuliano family that race. Oliver Giuliano, Nate Giuliano is the pole sitter and at the moment leader in this race underway. I think we said this earlier, that when this event started some years ago, there were very few Pittsburgh area drivers. A few, Alan Patterson, Dick Scott nearby, and and Joe Malloy and George Schaefer from Somerset and some others. But now when you look down the entry list here at the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, you find very many racers who've come to run the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. And I don't know how many other events that they run through the season. And there may well be some vintage racers who have bought a car and learned racecraft just to do this event, because it's such a special event. And of course, if you live locally, it's your local vintage race. One of the biggest, if not the biggest, vintage car race weekend in the nation. And our events here at Shenley Park, no tickets required, all free to the public. Nate Giuliano leads. Garth Knorr in second. Charlie Dolan in third. Craig Seifert in fourth. This car is 78 going by. Alan Patterson, the third. Well, I did not see a Volvo that time by, so I must have been hallucinating a little earlier. But this group of under 1.5 liter race cars does have some hardtop, some sedan type cars like the Minis and Bill Schwartz's 356 Porsche and so on. The Group 3 race, production under 1.5 liters. One lap down. Let's see, fast lap was by Charlie Dolan. He's in third place, but turned the quickest lap so far at 2:28.1 by car 57. Charlie Dolan, I think, in third place at the moment. So if he's turning the quickest times, he could have the opportunity to move ahead. Early stages of these races, the field is very much clustered. They come by, they're gone. It's silent for a while, and then they come by again. The longer the race goes on, the more the field stretches out. And finally, by the end of the race, there's a car coming by every 3 seconds or so. You've heard several of the drivers that we've talked to after the races thank and salute the workers, because the drivers know that they wouldn't be able to have the fun that they have without the workers. Without workers, there is no racing, and they make a point of saying that, and they truly mean it. Well, we have a new leader, and it's Charlie Dolan. It's the driver that I said a moment ago. He was faster than everybody else, and he would have an opportunity to move ahead, and he is now, in fact, at the head of this race. We have a report of a car off, drivers left, and that's right at the bottom of the serpentine here. We can't see it from here, but it's just around the corner from us. And there's a picture of it. Actually, we're looking at it here on the monitor. It is car 821. And that's Garth Knorr. That's Garth Knorr, who had been running second, started second. And it looks as though he slid off. And I don't know whether is he parked there or did he actually impact the tree. Anyway, blue 821 was off. It was great to see the picture. I don't know whether that camera can still take a look there. There's the car. Okay, it's safely up in the grass, and that's good to know. And I think we're seeing that the driver is out of the car. Is he? Yeah, I believe he must be. Looks as though the car is safely off course, and if that's the case, race control may decide that it's in a safe place and we can continue the race without a yellow flag. So that would be great if that was the case. You can see the corner workers down there, down by the stop sign there, and they're the ones who are responsible for taking care of that driver and that car, and it appears that they have done that. So he'll get a rope tow back in to his pit at the end of the race. There's your leader, the red MGA of Charlie Dolan. And look at the lead. Nate Giuliano is in second. And looks like Craig Seifert in the white Sprite is in third, car 930. Actually, I think he pronounces his name Seifert, and I keep saying Seifert because I think it's spelled that way, but. Bit of smoke there I keep seeing around that first turn, and you see it continuing as you watch. I think that's Bill Schwartz's red Porsche 356 heading up the hill there. Car 366 we just saw go by turn one. Corner workers are also looking at the rear of another car. Is that car 79? They think that they might be seeing a gas leak, which would be of concern not necessarily to that driver, but to other drivers behind, because it could leave a slippery racing surface behind that car. So corner workers, again, they're always observing not just the racetrack surface, but also looking at the cars as they come by, as they come toward them, as the cars go by, and as they go off in the distance. And that's part of the job of the corner workers, and that's why they're not just sitting out there on the corner. They are the eyes and ears of race control here at the start-finish line. Well, double check on that number, car 79. I'm not seeing a 79 on my list, unless it's our leader 379. So we'll try to follow up on that. Here is our leader. No, I take that back. Yes, that's our leader, Charlie Dolan, right? 379 right here is Nate Giuliano in second place. And Craig Seifert in third. Fastest lap of the race so far, Charlie Dolan, car 57, 226.4. And that is faster than his fastest time in qualifying. And we haven't seen that occur very often today. Car 70 there, Robert Van Kirk of Stowe, Ohio. MG Midget. If you watch the cars go through turn one, you often see puffs of smoke from the rear end of those cars. It may be a little tire smoke as the rear end of the car skids a little bit on that first turn. We'll see if we can't get a look at Bill Schwartz's red Porsche car 366 this time by, and see if we see a little bit of smoke out of the rear of that Porsche. I think it's the only Porsche in this race. Bill Swartz, who started 15th, longtime racer here at the Vintage Grand Prix. And again, former Pittsburgher, now residing in Allegheny, a Porsche enthusiast, racer, and has at least one Porsche street car as well. Car 7 has pulled off. Is that right, or is that station 7? Is it car number 7? Charlie Dolan, your race leader, has just pulled into the pit. And I don't know whether he was commanded to stop at the pit or whether he has a problem that they're dealing with. We're looking over there and I can't exactly tell, because on occasion if a driver is called into the pit, that's where he would stop. The corner workers thought he was dragging something in the rear suspension. Meanwhile, car 909, Neil McCabe, had a spin and go at some point. Didn't hit anything, didn't hurt anything, and continued. That's car 909, Neil McCabe in the MG Midget. Robert Van Kirk just went by, and I have to say the engine is not sounding too great on that car. And a corner station has called in that they thought he might have been dragging something as well. Car 70, Robert Van Kirk, the MG Midget. Well, meanwhile, Charlie Dolan sits in the pit lane. It looks he's in a position that would allow him to pull out if the problem can be solved. But he continues to sit there. And that should mean that we have a new leader. And I'm going to guess that the new leader would be Nate Scigliano, but that's not been confirmed yet. Car sits safely off the track, just down the road, just a little bit from start finish, just before the finish line. Well, here's Nate Scigliano. He becomes our leader right now. And fastest time of the race, the fastest lap has just been set by Nate Scigliano at 2:25.1. Again, the corner workers looking at the back of car 70. They think maybe he's got something dragging, they think, from the rear suspension. Could be a sway bar. If that's determined to be the case, they might give him the so-called meatball flag. And he's going to get the meatball. He will get the meatball flag. That's big orange circle on a black background that tells the driver, please pull into the pits. We think there's something wrong with your car. We want to take a look at it. So it's not a disciplinary flag. It's a safety related flag. And there he is. He's just come by the start stand, so he's just gotten the meatball, and indeed he is pulling to the pit. Robert Van Kirk in car 70. And his someone over there from the safety folks, or the scrutineering crew, is taking a look at the rear of his car and telling him, we think you've got a problem in the rear suspension, and in fact he is retiring. He's going up into the paddock. Robert Van Kirk. Showing Joe Plunkett in third place now, car 41. Joe Plunkett from Coopersburg, Pennsylvania, in the Mini Cooper S, a 67 Mini Cooper S. Neil McCabe is shown in fourth in car 909, and tell you fifth place in just a moment. Nate Giuliano has completed 7 laps so far, so the noose comes out. I don't know whether you've actually seen the noose, but it's hung from the finish line. You can see it being displayed to the drivers on as they begin their last lap. It's our message that they should hang in there. 1 lap to go. Nate Giuliano on his last lap. He's the leader. We're showing Bradley Price, car 227. I think it's white Alpha Giulietta Spider in 5th place. So here comes Bill Schwartz's Porsche, and yeah, it does make a little bit of smoke out the back end. Doesn't look too bad. Might be typical Porsche smoking from the early models, the 356s. His is a 356A, which means it's from 1959. So last lap for this, our race group number 3. I think there were 2 races remaining today. 4 is our next race group. That's under 2-liter production sports cars. And then race group 6, our fastest cars of the weekend, formula cars and sports racing. Here's our leader, and there's the checkered flag out for Nate Giuliano. Pole sitter, fell behind for a while, and back in the lead. Greg Seifert, 930. Finishes in 2nd place. There's car 41, the yellow Mini Cooper, finishes in 3rd. That's Joe Plunkett. So there you have it. We have, out of I think 6 races today, we have held 4 with 2 to go this afternoon. Weather conditions still holding out, so we're in good shape. This afternoon, I understand that earlier weather predictions were that we could get rain by 5 o'clock. Latest I heard that had been pushed back to 7 o'clock tonight. Car 350 right at the end, report of a spin and go around station 6. So we'll head over to our victory circle and congratulate the winners of this, our Group 3 race.
Nate, Nate Ciliano, boy, that was great. You had a wonderful race. You started on the pole. Something happened. You weren't in the lead, and then you won the race.
I have to hats off to Charlie and Garth. They drove phenomenal races. Those two guys were fast. Unfortunately, it looks like they both had car problems. The three of us were having a great battle up there. It would have been real interesting, but I'm glad I'm here, not them.
Congratulations. Now, what was the comment you said just a moment ago about 12 years?
12 years I've been coming here. It's the first time I made it to the podium.
Excellent. Congratulations. Hard-earned race win, and congratulations. You deserve it.
Thank you, Ted. Appreciate it.
All right, there's your winner. And second place, let's talk to Craig. Okay, you have to tell me, Seifert or Seifert?
Seifert.
That was super, was it not?
Oh, it was a blast. It was a blast. The heat was a little bit much, but fun race. Fun race. You guys put on a great event. I don't know. That's all I got. Second's nice. I like second.
Second's excellent.
I would have liked first, but you know, I'll take second.
And the car, anything special about your car?
No, I'm just happy it made it through the whole race. So because it's English and it's 50 years old, so you never know.
Yeah, but a lot of the cars in your race are English and 50 years old, so that's the game. Congratulations. Great race. Will you come back?
Oh yeah, I'll be back. We all keep our fingers crossed when we're out there running.
Congratulations. Joe, we're happy to see a Mini up there on the podium.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks for everybody coming out. A lot of fun. Can't wait to get back to the next year.
And temperatures, I mean, everybody, all of you guys, when you get out of the cars, you really look just soaking wet.
It's a little warm out there. But when you're running and you don't feel it, you just got the adrenaline going. So it's a great time. Thanks again for everybody.
Glad you came. Congratulations. Glad to see you on the podium this weekend. Look for the winner of the drive of the race, the Workers Award, and that's Alan Patterson, the third. The fourth, the Patterson clan, I want to say clan has been here because we heard the pipe corps, the pipe band playing earlier today, and they're right over there, and I asked them to do me a favor and not play it until we finish the interviews.
That's certainly a good idea. This is a wonderful event, Ted. Absolutely stunned by this award. Certainly wasn't expecting it. I got to thank all the workers, everybody who puts this on. What a wonderful event, and the crowd certainly for coming out and supporting us. Spectacular event. This is a great, unexpected pleasure.
It's a wonderful thing to do that on your home race.
Absolutely, it is. Exactly. Yes. Thank you.
Congratulations. Glad you had a good time this weekend.
Absolutely. Fabulous time. Wonderful. Thank you.
Alan Patterson, the third.
Every truck can tow a boat. Every truck can climb a hill. Every truck can haul a trailer. But not everyone can say they're the fastest growing truck brand in America. Guts, glory, Ram.
Whether you're going to the great outdoors or just to Grandma's house, the new 2015 Jeep Renegade is the perfect ride, starting at just $17,995. Come in and test drive one today at the summer clearance event at Hillview Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
At Ally Bank, no branches equals great rates. It's a fact, kind of like mute buttons equal danger.
Next quarter. That sound good?
Not being on this phone call sounds good.
It's not muted. Was that you, Jason?
It was Jeffrey. It could have been Brenda.
Hello. I'm Roya.
Hi, Roya. Nice to meet you.
Seth.
Hey, Seth. Harry. Have a seat. I have a video I want you to watch, and no matter what, I need you to stay focused. Don't take your eyes off the screen.
No, thank you.
Take it off. Eyes on the road.
Can't.
So, it is hard to stay focused. There are other things that steal our focus, like your cell phone. It would be cool if, at the touch of a button, your car could send a text response, allowing you to stay focused on your driving.
I mean, there's no such thing now, right?
Well, I was just going to introduce you to a car that can do that. The 2015 Chevrolet Cruze.
Wait, the Cruze does that?
Nice. Yep, check it out.
Beautiful. It's amazing.
So that's how your text would appear through your phone? And here are your preset responses that you can send out.
This will make it a little easier to keep my eye on the road.
That's pretty cool.
Technology's amazing.
I like it.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned, the 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
The big cable and phone companies are slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. And you're left to wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're taking technology to new heights. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You can't wait for high-speed internet. And thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today.
Wherever the road takes you, you'll enjoy getting there in a new Lincoln from Beyondy. And right now, with the Beyondy Pledge, there is no better time to uncover the surprising luxury experience that comes with every Lincoln for as little as $279 a month. Beyondy Lincoln in Monroeville.
This red carpet event brings a lot of awareness.
It's just nice to see a big contribution to Pittsburgh as a whole.
I would say that where else can you go to dinner, raise money for a great charity, and look at new cars?
3, 2, 1, party!
This is the most fun charity event.
It's a great time, great atmosphere, great people.
Cars and food and fun and music.
My favorite parts of the evening was probably the entrance of Joey Porter and his wife pulling up in the Ferrari, and Joey cutting a ribbon. Just, you know, what a great cause to have him and his wife here.
Oh, I love the cars, and really the check presentation was the best part. It was the most money that they've ever raised.
$360,000.
It will help people like me more than you will ever know.
My friends and to thank all of you for your support of AVS.
Up on stage, you saw a couple young people talk and how their lives were affected, and a check for $360,000 donated to their charity in the school.
I do. I think it's been a great partnership with the Vintage Grand Prix. I think what we're able to do together is just it's amazing to see.
Looking forward to 2016 already.
It gets bigger and better every year.
The Autism Society of Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these current projects: training legal and juvenile justice professionals and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum, through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight training film for travelers with autism, and conducting in-services for parent support groups and providers. To those who have made the Grand Prix the remarkable Pittsburgh tradition that it is, the drivers, the volunteers, the car clubs, and of course, the sponsors and our supportive city, on behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact the Autism Society of Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismsocietypgh.org.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is precision. This is Denali from GMC.
It's Norman Burke from New Milford, Connecticut in the Elva Courier. And starting third, car 97, Stefan Vappa from Wilmington, Delaware, Saab Sonnet V4. As you can see now, we're rolling the cards. Let's see, you should see second place. There's the Elva, there's Stefan Vappa in the Saab. Car number 411 starts fourth. That's Jeff Snook in the white Triumph TR3A. Jeff here from Bowling Green, Ohio. Starting fifth, car 118, Darren Mann of Pittsburgh in a 1965 Lotus Elan. Starting sixth, car number 6, Brian Dolan of Pittsburgh in a 1972 Triumph GT6. Starting seventh, car number 9, John Steidehar of Hermitage, Pennsylvania in a 62 Triumph TR3. Starting eighth, car 551, Peter Bauer of Harrisburg in a Datsun 510, a 71 510. Starting ninth, car 167, Michael Moore from Fairview, Pennsylvania in a Triumph TR4. Starting 10th, car 74, Don Wannegat from New Kensington, Pennsylvania in a 1973 Alfa Romeo GTV. This is the car and driver that won our first race of the day, the Mark race, the all-Italian Mark race. Starting 11th, car 51, Randy Evans from Murraysville, Pennsylvania in the 1969 Porsche 911 in Gulf Racing colors, light blue with an orange stripe. Starting 12th, car number 2, Clark Lance from Long Valley, New Jersey in a 1964 Lotus Elan. Starting 13th, car 08, Brad Colasar from West Mifflin in a 1973 MGB. Starting 14th, car 20, Colby Schindel from Bradford Woods in a BMW 2002. And starting 15th, car 391, Brian McKee of Grand Island, New York in a 1965 MGB. Actually, there are about 30 cars that are 34, in fact, that are on the grid for this race. I'll mention some of the other local drivers coming up from Murraysville, Pennsylvania. Car 83, Tom Upshur, has brought a very nice-looking 1972 Lotus Europa. Car has just been finished. It looks beautiful. First time out on the racetrack. First time here at on the Shenley Park course. That's car 83, starting 19th. Next is a BMW, car 73, James Wisbon from Bridgeville in a BMW 2002. Dottie Bechtel starts 23rd in car 55, the yellow Alpha Spider. She's from Pittsburgh. Chris Longo from Verona, Pennsylvania starts 24th in car 07, the MGB GT. There's Joe Teplitz from Laughlintown in a Datsun 510, car 13. And Ron Williams from Munhall in a Triumph TR4, car 61. Tom Hirschberger of Pittsburgh in an MGB, car 113. Cliff McCandless from Grove City, car 53, that's a Devon. And let's see, who else? I'll mention Stuart Long, car 160 from Seven Fields, Pennsylvania in a Porsche 914. But again, a very large field. This is a big group. This is our race group 4. And we started the afternoon after our Mark race, the Italian car race, with group 5. So we'll go 4, then 6, and that will do it for this 33rd annual edition of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, presented by the Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation and benefiting the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. And once again, thanks for joining us this weekend. It's so full of things to do and things to see and things to watch and so on, that I hope you've had an opportunity to do most of the things that you wanted to do yesterday and today here at Shenley Park. Sponsor of this upcoming race is Buick GMC, and we're delighted to be able to bring you these races, try to cover them on the public address system here at the park, which is also on FM radio at 88.7, which is also being streamed live. And you can pick us up if you've got the program. Look at the ad in the back. You can go to the website streamingpittsburgh.com/something/PVGPA. You can look it up. There's also there's a QR code you can shoot with your mobile device too if you want to watch or catch up with the live streaming. Also, some of the sponsored tents up in the golf course have a big screen and are keeping up with it there. And if you have Race Monitor on your mobile device as an app, you can hear the race coverage there as well. Well, here's a green flag. We have a start. And it's Joe Malloy, your pole sitter from Bridgeville, and that Datsun 510 that takes the lead going into the first turn. He was on pole, so of course he'd be right up there in the front as they go through turn number 1. Joe Malloy has been racing for a very long time. He's quite an accomplished race driver. He's done all kinds of things, Trans Am racing and much more, Sports Car Club of America, and a very skilled driver as well. I would guess that if Joe Malloy's out front, he'll stay there unless there's a car problem. So it's up to Norman Burke, who started second, to see if he can't get by. You may be surprised to see these Datsun 510s, but they were raced quite a bit. They, in their day, were kind of the Japanese BMW 2002. They were a pretty sophisticated little two-door sedan. And they handled well, and they had a good, powerful motor, and there were lots of performance parts available for these cars, and raced very successfully in SCCA and other professional racing in that era, and that was late 1960s, early 1970s. The Datsun 510s were really the car to have for certain classes and certain kinds of racing. Doesn't look like a sports car, but then neither does the BMW 2002, and they're both great sports sedans. Joe Malloy, your leader. Norman Burke in second in the Elva Courier, and Jeff Snook in third in the Triumph TR3A so far. About a long way to go. That Saab Sonnet without the roof, car 97, Stefan Vapa is running in fourth place, and Darren Mann of Pittsburgh in the Lotus Elan is running in fifth in car 118, and they should be just about to come by the finish line. Here's Joe Malloy. And Stefan Vapa is now in second in the Saab Sonnet, car 97. Joe Malloy at the moment, fastest car out there, a lap of 2:23.6. But that was the first lap, the starting lap, and he'll go faster because he qualified about 4 seconds quicker than that. A big field of quite a wide variety of cars. Like to see the Triumph GT6s do well. They look like a Spitfire with a hard top and a small 6-cylinder engine up front in line 6. I'm going to keep an eye out for car 83. That's Tom Upshur from Murraysville in that Lotus Europa, 72 Lotus Europa. And a car that is out here for the time this weekend, Tom Upshur. And looking at the car in the pits, it's very neat and tidy, so I hope he does well today. Qualified 19th, but not bad for a first time out on this track. Usually takes drivers some considerable time to get up to speed. 97 and 26, we understand, might have come together on the course, something we call a medal to medal. Norman Burke is car 26, and 97 is Stefan Vapa. And so they're battling it out. They're running in second and third place at the moment. Vapa's second, and Burke is fourth at the moment. Corner work is saying they may have touched several times, so we'll see. Yeah, they're running second and third now. Vapa in second and Burke in third. Car 46 coming into view right there. The lime green Volvo 544 of James Rogerson from Angleton, Texas, who's brought that car up here several years now. Car 46, the green Volvo 544. So Joe Malloy, your leader. But this time by, the fast lap was not Joe Malloy's. It was Norman Burke's, running in third place. Car 55, we understand, has pulled off. It is in a safe location. That's Dottie Bechtel, the yellow Alpha Spider. She had a fine third place in our mark race to start this afternoon races, the Italian mark race, but just a couple laps into this one, she has pulled off, and we don't know what the difficulty is, but she's pulled off in a safe position. So some kind of mechanical problem, we understand. There's the battle right there. The two yellow cars going side by side into the first turn. Yow. Oh, it's a little scary there. Stefan Vapa in this yellow Saab Sonnet and Norman Burke in the yellow Elva Courier are running second and third. And actually that time by, Vapa was ahead of Burke at the finish line, start-finish line, the scoring line, but as they came out of turn one, I think Burke had made a pass. So those two drivers have been perhaps just a little too aggressive as far as the race control is concerned, and they're going to have a furled black flag shown to them, and that doesn't tell them anything other than, we see what you're doing, stop doing it. And if they don't respond on the track, the next step is a black flag, and that tells them you must stop in the pits. So no driver wants that. So we'll see the furled black flag shown to both Stefan Vapa and Norman Burke. And of course we do want good close racing here, as always, but we don't want cars touching. We didn't mention his name before because, frankly, I didn't have it. Car 57, Lee Poseidon in the Alpha GT Junior. And it's a car that was prepared by Lee Poseidon had damaged both his engine and transmission at the last event, and Don Wannigat lent him his spare. So Lee Poseidon is running with Don Wannigat's spare engine and transmission in that car. Here's Don Wannigat going by. You'll see him right there going around turn 1. So the furled black flag is about to be shown to our second and third place cars. Meanwhile, we get word that Dottie Bechtel's car will have to be rope-towed probably at the end of the race. That's car 55. Which was off at turn 4. I believe that's 4. Station 4, yeah. Which is just around the corner from us, just between the first turn and the hay bale chicane. Actually, I think Station 4 is the chicane. Taking a look at the course map here, there are 20 corner stations scattered around this 2.3-mile course. Some oil reported on the track around Station 5, which is just in the vicinity of the Panther Hollow Bridge. We don't know how much there is, whether it's a problem or where it came from, but corner workers probably in that area are showing a striped yellow and blue flag, striped yellow and red flag, indicating that there is oil or some kind of substance on the surface. Well, the order is still Joe Malloy in front, Norman Burke in second, in the Elva Courier, and Stefan Vappa in third in the Saab Sonnet. Car 20 is reported to be smoking. I wonder if that might be where the oil came from. That's the BMW 2002 of Colby Schindel, running 13th, I think, 12th at the moment. All right, I told you a moment ago about the furled black flag that was shown, and mentioned that the next step beyond that was a full black flag, and I'm sorry to say I think it's going to be displayed to one of our drivers shortly. We'll have to wait and see as the leaders approach the line, but I'm guessing it's one of those two drivers, Norman Burke or Stefan Vappa, to get the black flag, which is a disciplinary flag, and it's telling the driver you have to stop in the pit and you will be talked to by a race official. So those two yellow cars running second and third have just gone by the start-finish line. And generally when you give, I should say, when a flag like that is given to a competitor at the finish line, it is expected that the driver will acknowledge the flag, give a wave to indicate that he's seen the flag. And this time by, I didn't see any recognition, any acknowledgement of the flag, and neither driver stopped. So we'll see. We'll see how this works out. Meanwhile, Joe Malloy has led every lap, and that's 6 laps so far. We're working lap 7 out of an 8-lap race with Joe Malloy in the lead. Now, if one of those next 2 drivers gets the black flag, that means our fourth place driver right now, Darren Mann, may well inherit 3rd place. Darren Mann driving car 118, the Lotus Elan. So next time by for our leader, we'll look to the start-finish stand to see if the noose is going out. I think it will. Clark Lance started car number 2 in 12th place for this race. It's the Lotus Elan. Clark Lance from Long Valley, New Jersey, started 12th, and he is now running 5th and could possibly move up to 4th. There is the noose. The noose is going out. And now we're seeing quite a lot of smoke out of car 26, Norman Berkey, and I think that was the car that got the black flag. So he went by. He took the black flag, I think, 2 laps now. Is also beginning to smoke pretty heavily. So Clark Lance in car number 2 up to 5th, and Brian Dolan in car number 6 up to 6th. Actually, 6th is where he started, but he fell back quite a bit. Brian Dolan driving car number 6, the Triumph GT6, in 6th place. Some of the new drivers at this race are wearing a set of little stripes on the trunk lid. It's an old SCCA tradition, the so-called rookie stripes. And I just saw Tom Upshur come by in that orange car 83, the Lotus Europa. Notice that he has rookie stripes on his trunk lid. He is a rookie this year. And it's a good way of telling drivers, perhaps faster drivers who are coming up to pass, just to be cautious as you approach this driver, because he's a new driver. He's a new driver to the course. So there's the checker. Joe Malloy has won the race. At the same time, we learned that Norman Burke in car 26 has pulled off. I think whatever that was making the heavy smoke off the rear of that car has forced him to pull off right by the hay bale chicane, station 4. That means that Stefan Bappa is second in car 97, the yellow Saab. Darren Mann finishes third in car 118, the Lotus Elan. Clark Lance fourth in car number 2, the Lotus Elan. And car 551 unofficially finishes fifth. That's Peter Bauer of Harrisburg in the Datsun 510. Sixth was Brian Dolan of Pittsburgh in the GT6, car number 6. Seventh was Randy Evans of McMurray in car 51, the Porsche 911. Eighth, unofficially, Don Wannigat, car 74. Don's from New Kensington. His red Alpha GTV. Michael Moore of Fairview, Pennsylvania, finishes 9th in car 167, a Triumph TR4. And unofficially in 10th, car 22, Joe Mendel of Pittsburgh in a Lotus Elan. So Norman Burke, his Elva Courier, he pulled it off smoking at station 4, the hay bale chicane. He'll get a rope tow. And we didn't see car 139. Oh, he didn't see the checker. I see. Our winner didn't notice the checker. He was going so fast. He just breezed by. This time, I think he sees the checker. So Joe Malloy will take kind of a victory lap, cool down lap. So Joe Malloy will be the last car you'll see probably going around, our race winner. So we've got a couple of minutes before we see our cars pull into the victory circle. Certainly I've had enthusiastic response from our drivers this weekend. Everyone I talked to enjoyed the course, the workers, the crowd, the weather, and everything about the race weekend. Everyone I've talked to without fail has complimented the race, the event, and the track, and I hope all of those drivers will be able to come back and join us again next year for the 34th annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. We raise monies for two wonderful charities and have done since the very first year in 1983, the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. And meaningful funds have been given to both organizations over our past 32 years, about $2 million to each organization. And meaningful funds used by both organizations to do important work. So feel good about spending a little bit of money if you like. When you visit a Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix event and buy hats, t-shirts, programs, and so on. So there's our field coming in. The corner workers are taking a look at the track surface right around the very end of the course. That's the top of the serpentine. Checking to see if there is oil up there, and we're wondering if perhaps Norman Burke's Elva Courier, smoking so heavily, might have been dropping some oil in that area. Well, I'm going to put down the headset here and grab my portable microphone and go over and we'll talk to the winners at our victory circle. Joe Malloy is no no stranger to victory celebrations, but I think you had to work for it here.
I did. It's hot out there, and it was a good race.
It was wonderful, but you seem to have at least it looked to us as though you had a pretty easy advantage over the rest of the field. Did you feel that way?
I did for a little bit, and then the Alva was catching me in traffic, and I said, I better start pedaling here. This is not good.
But this is always, I mean, you're always a very, very fast driver, and this is a very fast car. It's a deadly combination, the two of you.
It's a lot of fun to drive, and especially around here. It's sort of like a go-kart. It goes well.
Well, congratulations. It was a great race. We enjoyed watching it.
Hey, thanks. I want to say something. I'd like to acknowledge that we lost a great friend this year, and Shirley Schaefer, and we all miss her. She was a fixture around this place for every year that it was here, and 50 years of Shafe's driving career. So God rest Shirley Schaefer.
Thank you. Congratulations. Let's look for our second place, Stefan Vapa. That's the yellow Saab over here, Stefan. Well, that was a hard-fought battle. You and that other yellow car, they were really going at it like crazy.
Yeah, that was Norman the Alva. We had a good run. Really enjoyed it.
There were times I think corner workers were a little concerned that you guys maybe were having a little too much fun out there.
You can never have too much fun. Come on. No, it was close and a very fair-fought battle.
Well, yes, the two of you look very evenly matched. Were there places that you had an advantage and places that he did?
I'm better on the brakes, and he's got a good bit more power than I do. So coming up the hill here, he can outpower me, and then I would close up on him coming over Panther Hollow Bridge. But it's tough to find a way by when you're that evenly matched.
Is this a lighter car than his?
This is a lighter car, but it's got a much smaller engine. This is the smallest engine in the class.
Well, you've been here quite a number of years, and which is surprising to me because you're a real young guy, but congratulations. It's always great to see you in the car, and it was a great race today.
Thank you very much, Ted. I hope to see you next year.
Yeah, you bet. Where's Darren? Darren Mann. Hey, Darren. Duty calls. You have to come and get congratulated, Darren Mann.
Thank you very much. I have to thank my wife for letting me do this. She's a very understanding woman, and she lets me spend a lot of money and play. So I have to thank her, and I always have to thank my father for getting me into this hobby. So thank you, everybody in Pittsburgh. This is a great event. We appreciate it, and hope it continues for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. And the Workers' Choice Award goes to one of my favorite cars in the race, Jim Rogerson, who comes. Do you really come all the way up from Texas?
Yeah, we're from Angleton, Texas, Houston area. I'm about 30, 40 miles south of Houston. So, this is a special event for us. My grandson Riley, who's out there somewhere, he comes every year, and he looks forward to it. And he's been my crew chief for the last 3 years. And so between he and my wife pushing me on, we can still keep doing this. I love Pittsburgh. We have a great time up here every year.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you come, and I'm glad you bring the Volvo, the only Volvo we ever have this racing on these weekends. So thanks so much for giving us a good show this weekend.
Yeah. The only time I feel bad about having the Volvo is when these guys, I'm running with them, they take up half the track.
Yeah, funny thing about that, isn't it? Congratulations.
A well-put-together man is said to be sharp. At GMC, we get why people appreciate that kind of precision. After all, precision is the kind of sharp that slices through a crowd. This is precision. This is Denali from GMC.
We don't see things the way they are. We see them as they should be. It's always faster this, smaller that, better everything. And the way we see it, the internet's in a rut. Literally. The big cable and phone companies, they're slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. and you're left to wait. But we're not waiting. We're putting high-speed internet where it belongs. We're taking it to the skies and shooting it across the country. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's running so many things: businesses, schools, lives, and more, way more. Now there's a new choice, and it's here to connect you to everything that matters most. You can't wait for high-speed internet, and thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today.
At Ally Bank, no branches equals great rates. It's a fact. Kind of like mute buttons equal danger.
Next quarter. That sound good?
Not being on this phone call sounds good.
It's not muted. Was that you, Jason?
It was Jeffrey. It could have been Brenda.
At Ally Bank, no branches equals great rates. It's a fact. Kind of like ordering wine equals pretending to know wine.
Pinot Noir, which means peanut of the night.
The Autism Society of Pittsburgh, founded in 1966, provides advocacy, information, and referral on care, treatment, educational, habilitative, and other life-improving service options for those with autism, their parents and families, and to the professionals who work with them. Contributions from the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix have helped us accomplish much over the years, including these current projects: training legal and juvenile justice professionals and educating governmental officials on autism needs, developing middle school autism curriculum, through our SPEAK program, providing summer education to prevent seasonal regression, producing the Autism Takes Flight training film for travelers with autism, and conducting in-services for parent support groups and providers. To those who have made the Grand Prix the remarkable Pittsburgh tradition that it is, the drivers, the volunteers, the car clubs, and of course, the sponsors and our supportive city, on behalf of the people we exist to serve, we can never thank you enough. For more information, contact the Autism Society of Pittsburgh at 412-856-7223 or on the web at www.autismsocietypgh.org.
At NHS Allegheny Valley School, we care for more than 900 children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Across a wide range of age and spectrum of need, our mission is to provide individualized programming and care to ensure that each individual lives with purpose and dignity. We are continually striving to develop new ways to deliver our programs that provide a range of opportunities and greater independence. Each individual at AVS is assessed and evaluated for the best program to suit their needs and level of ability. With programming ranging from therapeutic activities to work programs to work in the community, AVS helps each individual to develop and achieve personalized goals. In addition, families are comforted knowing their loved one at Allegheny Valley School has opportunities and choices that help them to learn, grow, and live their life to their fullest potential.
Wherever the road takes you, you'll enjoy getting there in a new Lincoln from Beyondy. And right now, with the Beyondy Pledge, there is no better time to uncover the surprising luxury experience that comes with every Lincoln for as little as $279 a month. Beyondy Lincoln in Monroeville. Wherever the road takes you, you'll enjoy getting there in a new Lincoln from Beyondy. And right now, with the Beyondy Pledge, there is no better time to uncover the surprising luxury experience that comes with every Lincoln for as little as $279 a month. Beyondy Lincoln in Monroeville.
Hello.
I'm Roya.
Hi, Roya. Nice to meet you. Seth. Hey, Seth. Terry. Have a seat. I have a video I want you to watch, and no matter what, I need you to stay focused. Don't take your eyes off the screen.
No, thank you.
Take it off.
Eyes on the road.
Can't.
So, it is hard to stay focused. There are other things that steal our focus, like your cell phone. It would be cool if, at the touch of a button, your car could send a text response, allowing you to stay focused on your driving.
I mean, there's no such thing now, right?
Well, I was just going to introduce you to a car that can do that. The 2015 Chevrolet Cruze.
Wait, the Cruze does that? Nice.
Yep, check it out.
It's beautiful. It's amazing.
So that's how your text would appear through your phone? And here are your preset responses that you can send out.
This will make it a little easier to keep my eye on the road.
That's pretty cool.
Technology's amazing.
I like it.
Every truck can tow a boat. Every truck can climb a hill. Every truck can haul a trailer. But not everyone can say they're the fastest growing truck brand in America. Guts, glory, Ram.
The big cable and phone companies are slowly digging ditches to bring you high-speed internet. And you're left to wait. Well, we're not waiting. We're taking technology to new heights. And not just for some, for everyone in every corner. Today's internet is not a luxury, it's a necessity. You can't wait for high-speed internet. And thanks to the world's fastest growing network, you won't have to. The future can't wait. Welcome to the Ubiquity World Network. Don't wait. Contact your local provider today.
Whether you're going to the great outdoors or just to grandma's house, the new 2015 Jeep Renegade is the perfect ride, starting at just $17,995. Come in to test drive one today at the summer clearance event at Hillview Motors, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned. The 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
Faherty here, and before I begin, I need everyone's undivided attention. Smale is about to unveil an unbelievable offer.
Stunningly designed, well apportioned. The 2015 Lincoln MKC comes with everything you can imagine, including a lease for only $279 per month, or save $4,400 off MSRP and finance for as low as 0% APR for 72 months on a 2015 Lincoln MKZ. Visit us at smalelincoln.com today.
This red carpet event brings a lot of awareness.
It's just nice to see a big contribution to Pittsburgh as a whole.
I would say that where else can you go to dinner, raise money for a great charity, and look at new cars?
3, 2, 1, party!
This is the most fun charity event.
It's a great time, great atmosphere, great people.
Cars and food and fun and music.
My favorite parts of the evening was probably the entrance of Joey Porter and his wife pulling up in the Ferrari, and Joey cutting a ribbon. Just, you know, what a great cause to have him and his wife here.
Oh, I love the cars, and really the check presentation was the best part. It was the most money that they've ever raised.
$360,000.
It will help people like me more than you will ever know.
My fans and artists thank all of you for your support of AVS.
Up on stage, you saw a couple young people talk and how their lives were affected, and a check for $360,000 donated to their charity in the school.
I do. I think it's been a great partnership with the Vintage Grand Prix. I think what we're able to do together is just it's amazing to see.
Looking forward to 2016 already.
It gets bigger and better every year.
Final race of the weekend. It's hard to believe we're already at the final race of the weekend, but we are. And there's our pole sitter car we're looking at, the white Elva Mark VI prototype from 1960. That's Joe Bojalad from Sewickley. Car number 70 on the pole by best qualifying time about 5 seconds or so over the car you see sitting right behind it. That's Andrew Barron's yellow Lotus 7 car, 57. So on our live stream, we're looking at the first two cars sitting on the false grid. Starting third will be car 88, Chris Livengood of Pittsburgh in a Formula car, the first of our vintage Formula Vs, car 88, a Lynx. Starting fourth is car 37, George Vappa. We just talked to Stefan Vappa. Here's George Vappa coming up from Wilmington, Delaware. Will be racing his 1959 Lotus 7 in this upcoming race. Starting fifth, car number 87, Roger Bailey of McMurray, Pennsylvania, in his 1972 Lynx Formula V. Starting sixth, car 22, Christian Marisi from Quilliston, New Jersey, in a Lotus 22. Car number 22, starting sixth. Starting seventh is car number 773, the Formula Junior Lotus 18 of David Allison from Dunn, North Carolina. Starting eighth, car 97, Oliver Scigliano from Allison Park in a Formula V, a 1972 Lynx. Starting ninth, car 7, Christopher Marisi from Clifton, New Jersey in a 1958 Lotus 7. Starting 10th, car 77, Alan Patterson III of Pittsburgh in his Elva Mark III. Starting 11th, car number 4, Stephen Marisi from Wrightwood, California in a 1963 Cooper Formula Junior. Actually, Starting 12th, car 160, Ivan Long from Millington, New Jersey in a 1960 Zinc Formula Junior. This might be a actually Formula V. We'll check on that. Many of the Zincs that we see are Formula Vs, maybe all of them. Starting 13th, car 72, Christopher Patterson of Pittsburgh in an Elva Mark IV. Starting 14th, car 122, Leo Basile of Arthurdale, West Virginia in a 1965 Cooper Formula 3.
Starting 15th, car 667, Victor Pastor from Chester, New Jersey, and a Gemini Formula Junior. And let's see, 16th on the grid, 971, Daniel Hellman from Huffman, Texas, in a 1959 Cooper 51. I think the 51, well, we'll wait and see. I believe it's a Formula 3 car. There's our field leaving the false grid. Rolling out. Again, generally, this is the fastest race of the weekend, the fastest cars on the Shenley Park course. These are dedicated race cars, either formula cars or sports racers. Most of the other cars we've seen all through the weekend of racing have been modified production cars. These are all cars that were designed and built expressly for racing. And our race is brought to you by Ford. Final race of this Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix weekend, 33rd annual PVGP at Shenley Park. Race for group number 6. It's actually the 7th race of the weekend. Our race brought to you by Ford. And again, you're hearing it on the PA system here at Shenley Park. The PA system is running on FM radio at 88.7. If you have access to the internet, you can watch live streaming at streamingpittsburgh.com or via, I think, the PVGP website. You'll find information about that in the program. I certainly hope that you can pick up or already have a program for the 33rd running of the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. It's full of lots of background information, previous race winners, lap records, maps of the course, articles about interesting cars and drivers, and so on. It's a wonderful buy at just $5. And let's see, and then there's an app that you can get for mobile devices that follows racing. And that carries our race results and also the audio of our race coverage here from Shenley Park. So again, pace lap is underway for race group 6. The pole sitter, the sports racing Elva Mark 6 prototype, car 70, Joe Bojalad from Swickley, and next to him on the front row, Andrew Barron, car 57 of Houston, Texas, the 1969 Lotus 7. Well, it's been a fabulous race weekend. We've been surprised because in the last couple of months, the Pittsburgh area has been rained on every other day, it seems. And there was expectation and forecast for rain this weekend, and we have made it all the way through the weekend so far with one race to go with not a drop, and the sun is shining right now, so we're in good shape for this event this year. It's started out back in 1983 as a one-day event on Labor Day, 1983, and has grown to be a 10-day event with a rally, countryside tours, car shows, a black tie, 2 race weekends, one at the Pittsburgh International Race Complex, newly expanded. We inaugurated the new long course last weekend in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, and of course this weekend in Shenley Park, in between car shows in various neighborhoods in Pittsburgh and other events all around the city. So it's become just about the biggest event in Pittsburgh every year when you combine all the events that make up the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix over 10 days of activities. A lot of people work very hard, a lot of volunteers, I should say, work very hard to make everything involved in the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix happen to benefit the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. And I hope that if you're interested in participating in this event, it's nice to be a spectator. It's more fun to be involved in the event, and we invite you to join us if you'd like to do so. Here's our pace car pulling in, and we're looking for our race field. There they are. That's the white sports racer of Joe Bojalad on the pole. And we have a start. And we are underway with Joe Bojalad jumping into the lead, as it has been the practice on practically every race this weekend. The pole sitter gets the jump into the first turn. Andrew Barron starting second. And car 37, George Vapa, currently shown in third place. So Chris Livengood, who started third, crosses the finish line in fourth place. So a little bit of position changes even before they cross the starting line. So there's some question about car 122. We're taking a look at it. Leo Basile with the Cooper Formula 3 car. Not sure what the corner workers are looking at or for, but they're keeping it under observation at the moment. Well, I think this was may have been the largest Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix weekend at Shenley Park. The weather gods helped out. The Italian marks and the Fiat Club activities made the Cortile larger than ever. We had a great group of vintage motorcycles in the vintage bike show this weekend. So more motorcycles than I've ever seen here in that vintage show. A huge field of Thunderbirds, our spotlight car, 80 to 100 Thunderbirds here. We saw many of them on parade during our opening ceremonies earlier today. Just a fantastic thing. The Janis Joplin Porsche was on display in the Porsche Club area this weekend. Special guest Satch Carlson, noted motoring journalist, was here on behalf of the BMW Club and their display. So special things throughout the park this weekend has made this a very special 33rd Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. Here's our leader, Joe Bojolad, in the white Elva sports racer. Andrew Barron in car 57, the Lotus 7, and I have to say it didn't sound healthy to me when it went by. It didn't sound quite right to me. I'm not sure. Something funny about, I don't know whether the engine is missing or maybe he's broken an exhaust header. So we'll see if he's able to continue and hold on to second place. Andrew Barron in car 57. Chris Livengood has slipped just a little bit. He started in third. He crossed the start line in fourth, and scoring is now showing him in fifth place in car 88. That's the Lynx Formula V, car 88. Chris Livengood of Pittsburgh. So we're getting lap times around 2 minutes 20 seconds. Quickest laps of the weekend, I believe. A good, well, actually, time's not far off the over 2 liter production sports car class. The quick cars in that group are running 2:15s, and you might see laps perhaps in the upper 2:18, 2:19 from the leader so far in this race, car number 70, Joe Bojolad. These are 8-lap races, final race of this weekend. Thanks for sticking it out. And often find that behind us here at Race Control, we often have a large group of folks viewing, particularly over by the pit entrance over here. And late in the day on Sunday afternoon, things are a little quieter. It's a little emptier than usual. It does make a long weekend as we're approaching 5 o'clock. I don't know how well you can hear the cars, but I'll tell you that just compare the sound of the 2 Lotus 7s that are running second and third. They sound completely different. Andrew Barron's car and George Vapa's car, they look the same. They're both Lotus 7s, but they sound very different, and I suspect that Andrew Barron's engine might have a problem, but he's still in second place. understand that Chris Livingood, car 88, maybe this is why he's fallen back to 5th, perhaps came in contact with another car, and that the nose of that car has come off. That's the Lynx Formula V car 88. And the nose is off the car and off the track as well. But the car is still circulating as far as we know. Always do want to make sure that if things fall off the car, they get off the racing surface. You wouldn't want to run into the nose cone of a car when you're at speed. So that's often a thankless job by the corner workers to try to dart onto the track to remove a piece of a car part that might have fallen off. The car that just went out of view here on our cameras is a relatively rare type of car here this year. We used to get more of the front engine formula cars. That's car 667, Victor Pastor from Chester, New Jersey. It's a 1959 Gemini Formula Junior, and a rare for us Formula Junior car that's front engine. It's 1959. It's right at the transition point between the front engine era and the mid-engine Formula era, just when Lotus was changing over and Gemini hadn't quite done so. So it's interesting we get accustomed to the look of the mid-engine cars, and then you see a car like Victor's Gemini, and it looks peculiar because the driver is sitting so far back in the car, so close to the rear axle. Yes, Chris Livingood indeed is circulating without a nose cone on his car, but he's up to 3rd. There was some question whether he might pull in the pits and put on another nose cone, but that would take him out of contention. So as far as we know, he is going to continue, or at least he thought he was going to continue. Now we get word that they may actually give him they could be giving him a black flag or a meatball. We're not sure why he would get a black flag unless he came in contact with another car. There is a suspicion that may have happened. That may be why Chris Livingood lost the nose. Perhaps his car came in contact with another one. Three laps are complete out of 8. Waiting for the field to come along. It's a 2.33 mile road racing circuit. If they're circulating at about 2 minutes 20 seconds a lap. Sometimes there are these long gaps between cars. So a little bit of, if you look at the video, you won't necessarily notice that there is a good bit of elevation change in the track. They come down quite a hill, and they come down from the last turns around 17, 18, 19 from the Serpentine up by the golf course, and they squiggle down here to our level at start finish. It's quite a change in altitude. Well, there's our leader passing that front engine Formula car, and we mentioned a moment ago Victor Pastor's 1959 Gemini. So he's just been lapped by our leader. The two Lotus 7s of Andrew Barron and George Vappa are still 2nd and 3rd. Oliver Scigliano is 4th in the Lynx Formula V car 97. Okay, 88, car 88. Chris Livingood, the car that was circulating without a nose cone, now we understand has pulled off course, perhaps after contact with another car. We do know that he is off. let you know where they are. It's car 88 and car 87. Is it 87 or 37? Not sure. I'll pass that along in just a moment. Okay, 88 and 87. 87 is Roger Bailey's Formula V, and 88 is Chris Livengood's Formula V. Both off at station 14, and both will get a rope tow in at the end of the race. Station 14 is up there along the Bob O'Connor Golf Course at Shenley Park. They found a pretty safe place to pull off the track into the grass. So talking about elevation changes, and you can see this on the track map that's included in the program. The Panther Hollow Bridge is the lowest level of the racetrack, down at 920 feet above sea level. The highest point is at the top of the Serpentine. That's about 1,060 feet. So that's what, 140 feet elevation in a half lap. So they may not notice that they're going uphill from the Panther Hollow Bridge. Well, you do really notice it when you head up into the golf course. And then, of course, coming down through the Serpentine, there's quite a descent in a very short length of track. Working lap 6 out of 8. Our leader is on lap 6. The yellow car 77, that's Alan Patterson, the third of Pittsburgh, the 1958 Elva Mark III sports racer. So again, we have 5 laps complete. Not much in the way of incidents in any of our races this weekend. On any race weekend, you can depend on a couple of cars having minor mechanical problems, and we had some yesterday with a broken spindle on one car, a head gasket on another. We did have a car that was pretty seriously damaged when it came in contact with a Jersey barrier yesterday. No one hurt. The car came away, Porsche, not in very good shape, I'm afraid, but for the most part, I think that's pretty much the only real damage done to a race car this weekend, so we've been very lucky. Some mechanical problems, of course, cars being towed in after their races, but very clean racing here at Shenley Park this weekend. Here's our leader to complete lap 6. Joe Bourgelad right there heading into turn 1. And a new second place. And I guessed it would happen at some point. Christopher Morisi gets his Lotus 7 past George Vapa's Lotus 7 to take second place in car number 7 on this, the beginning of lap 7. So the second, third, and fourth cars in this race are all Lotus 7s. Just looking at car 122 that just went by us, the Formula 3 Cooper of Leo Basile from Arthurdale, West Virginia. It looks like it's going quite well, but the engine is there's a bit of a misfire in there from time to time. He's running 8th at the moment, Leo Basile. Car 122. That's Ivan Long. You're watching right now go through turn 1 in the Formula V. A Zinc, 1960 Zinc Formula V. Is that our oldest Formula V in this race? It may well be. Noose is going out there for the driver of car 70, so 1 lap to go. And it looks possible to me that Christopher Morisi in 2nd place could actually catch our leader. I thought initially in the early parts of this race, Joe Bojalad had quite a commanding lead, and I thought he was just going to run away with the race. Well, Christopher Morisi has been quietly making his way closer and closer. This past lap, he was a 2.5 seconds behind Bojalad, and just set the fast lap of the race, a 2:19.8. So I'll go out on a limb here and predict that Christopher Morisi will be having a very tight battle with Joe Bojalad for the win. I think he's going to make an extra effort this lap. We just had a Formula car go by. I think that was Leo Basile, who had his hand up, which is generally a signal I'm going to pull in the pits. This is a car that has a misfire. And he approached the pit entrance and then changed his mind, apparently, and continued. I thought at first, well, the misfire is cleared up, but it hadn't. He just decided to do 1 more lap. I think probably he made that decision when he saw that there was just 1 more lap in this race. I see the checkered flag is now in the starter's hands, so there's our race winner, Joe Bojalad, and I was wrong because Christopher Morisi is nowhere in sight. And I think that he had some kind of an incident. In fact, I am seeing that he had an incident. He went off the track and hit a light pole right down the street from us. You just saw a video here on our stream, and I think took the top off a light pole. And we have a red flag. Red flag, that's a stop the race. So there's concern that because the top of the light pole fell to the ground, there are now live wires hanging right down the road from us. We can get another view of that. I think we saw just a moment ago a shot of the car sitting by the light pole. The car pulled away and drove into the pit. But right there you see, almost in the center of the screen, the top of one of the light poles snapped off when the car hit the pole. And surprisingly, it's a Lotus 7. They look very spindly, but the car didn't look damaged at all when he drove by. Not exactly sure how that happened. No one hurt, but there is concern that we see wires dangling there from the light pole. So a bit of damage. Someone will be writing a check, I guess, at the end of our event this weekend. But, you know, if you were going to plan to have an incident like that, could you plan it any better than on the last lap of the last race of the weekend? So they were given a red flag, and that tells the drivers to stop wherever you are on the track. When you see a red flag, you pull over, slow down, pull over, and stop there. And then we'll give you instructions as to when you can continue. And sometimes if there's a real problem up ahead, like a blocked course, we might even instruct the drivers to turn around and come back to the pit in the opposite direction. I don't think they have to do that this time because there's no obstruction on the track, but we'll have to bring our field in slowly and on the other side of the track. The car 7, Christopher Marisi has pulled off at station 2, so he went just a little bit by us. So he is our second place car, is that right? That's he has scored. It's funny, our scoring system is showing 7 laps complete, but I believe our leaders finished their 8th lap. I think we had the checkered flag that's was flown at the 8th lap, so I'm not sure why our timing is not up to date, but I don't believe Christopher Marisi, shown in second place, actually did finish there. He had an incident just before the checkered flag, and if I'm correct in that, George Vappa has finished second in car 37, and perhaps Andrew Barron in third in car 57, but we'll wait to collect details. Well, it makes an exciting way to conclude this 33rd annual Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix here at Shenley Park. So the race control folks just down the table from me here are dealing with this situation, trying to figure out what we do next when we have wires dangling from a light pole. But we do have both police and fire on the premises if we need it. We don't at the moment, but they are here. And I just want to say once again, thanks for joining us on this weekend. And I once again also invite you to join with us. We want to ensure, many of us have been involved in the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix for many years. And so it's always important to get new blood, new people joining us to keep it going and help it to grow. And if you'd like to become involved in the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, we would love to have you, really. It takes a lot of volunteers and a lot of work and a lot of time, and it's a lot of fun. So if you'd like to do that, you can go to the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix website, pvgp.org, to find out about volunteer opportunities. There is, in fact, a whole section of the website, very well done, I must say, to encourage new volunteers, to tell you how you can get involved, what kinds of jobs you can do in the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix, and we'll be in touch with you, and we'll bring you along. That would be great. I did want to say thanks to the volunteer firemen who came this weekend and joined us from North Bell Vernon and from Smithton. Luckily, we haven't really required their services, but we can't run a race without having people ready at standby just in case we need them. So thanks to North Bell Vernon and the Smithton volunteer fire folks for coming. Yeah, the pole, the light pole that we were talking about, and we saw the images on screen, but if you weren't watching the video stream, the car apparently hit the base of the light pole with enough force that it didn't push the light pole over at all, but it jarred the pole and the top snapped off and fell to the ground. And of course, the top of the pole is what holds the wires. So the top of the pole fell to the ground, and the wires broke that were attached. So we threw the red flag that stopped the cars on course, And we are, in fact, going to send the cars around counter race. That is in the opposite race direction. That's what having the red flag enables us to do. There are no cars coming in a race direction. We're going to send all the cars that are still on course back in the opposite direction. This is the end of the last race of the weekend, and so we'll bring our cars in. And I expect that we will work around this issue and bring you our victory lane celebration shortly. We'll take a break and get back to you when we're ready to do our podium celebration.
Wouldn't be shaky if I knew you were on it.
I got one of the photo workers. Well, I'm going to have a discussion with Graham because he's the one that caused the red flag. And I beat him to the finish. I know you're going back a lap. That's okay. I'll trade with him. I got one of the photo workers. Well, I'm going to have a discussion with Graham because he's the one that caused the red flag. And I beat him to the finish. I know you're going back a lap. That's okay. I'll trade with him.
Couldn't get a car here.
So here's your winner pulling into pit lane. He's going to come up here for the victory celebration. We're bringing cars in counter race, that is in opposite direction to the race direction. And what happens when you can't complete a race, and in fact, because the incident occurred just after the checkered flag was flown for the first couple of cars, because the rest of the field couldn't finish the lap, they roll it back to the end of lap 7. So the official finishing order is the order as of the end of lap 7. And the leader at the end of lap 7 was Joe Bojolad. Joe?
Yes, sir.
That was an exciting race. You didn't see probably the biggest excitement in this race. It happened behind you.
No, I heard when I came around, I saw a couple red flags. I pulled over after the bridge, and they said somebody hit a pole, wire came down, but I guess it was up here, and I must have missed it.
It was right. It happened right behind you. It was the way we scripted it. You know, last lap of the last race of the weekend. It was it came out
I'll
perfect.
tell you who the live wire was is the guy in the Lotus, because I thought I had a pretty substantial lead, so I was peeling off slow laps, and thank God Joe told me. He said the guy behind you is the guy in second.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we were saying that you had early in the race a huge lead, and I thought he's going to run away with this race. And suddenly, somebody was catching you.
Well, we've got the cars had a lot of issues, and Joe Serban with Group 5 has done a phenomenal job. So we've been putting Band-Aids on it all year, and we want to just get it through the year. So having a lot of trouble with the motor, but the setup's great, and the car's hanging in there.
The car looked fabulous. We didn't see any problem with you or the car this weekend. Yeah. Congratulations.
I think I'm the problem. The car. Yeah.
That was a great win.
Thanks so much, Ted.
Congratulations, Joe. Second place, where's Christopher? Christopher Morisi. Well, I never know who these guys are. They're never who they're supposed to be. Graham.
Yeah.
Well, you, I guess you're the live wire this weekend.
Yeah, it was pretty hot out there.
It was a heck of a race, and we were really having fun watching you because for a while there, I thought the car sounded funny, but the car ran apparently really well.
Yeah, the car was absolutely phenomenal. It's pretty much spot on.
So a great race, and I really thought that you were going to be able to give Joe a real run for the money. In fact, you were closing on it.
Yeah, about 3 laps to go, the car got really greasy. The tires were overheated, and the car was sliding around a lot. And coming out of turns, it was very difficult to keep traction. So anytime I would catch up on him in turns, he would just out-accelerate me out of them.
So how about the driver? Overheated as well?
Oh, yeah. It's a little brutal driving these conditions.
Now tell us what happened over here. I understand that I didn't see wires come down, but I understand there was some sparking on your car as you sat there.
Not on the car, but off to the side of me, I saw something. Yes, that's why I pulled out of there. The car was still running, and I just drove away from it.
Well, you are very lucky that the car doesn't look hurt much, and you don't look hurt at all. And congratulations to you in a very fine second place.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
And George. Well, it was really fun in this race because this very streamlined, sleek-looking sports racer is out front. And then these Lotus 7s, these...
1959.
So fast, and apparently good handling cars, and maybe really well suited to this circuit.
Yeah, very much so. They weigh about 875 pounds and 115 horsepower, so they're a lot of fun.
Well, it looks like a fun race, and congratulations! It was a well-driven race.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna have to have some discussion with Graham because they moved the scoring back to the next to the last lap because of the red flag. But I actually finished in front of them, so I think we need to change matters.
I thought so too, and well, you'll have to work that out.
We'll work that out.
Okay, congratulations! Thanks for coming this year. And the Worker Award goes to a driver of car number 4, and that's another Marisi, Steve Marisi. I have to say that, as you know, the Marisis have been supporting our event since year number 1. And it seems the racing family grows. The more and more of the Marisis are driving, and congratulations on getting the Worker Award.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'm really shocked, to tell you the truth. But I appreciate the workers. We couldn't do this without you guys. And I appreciate you seeing how good I was driving, apparently. It was great.
Well, I'm glad you came this year. Thanks so much. It's a beautiful car. Anything special about this car?
This was my father's car, and in 2007, I became the owner of the car, and it's got a lot of great history with my dad. It has a lot of great history with me, and back in England. So it's a fantastic car. I love driving it.
Well, the Marisis have a special connection with Lotus, I think. I don't know. Do you ever drive anything else?
Here's the thing that a lot of people don't know. It's a Cooper, but it's powered by Lotus.
a Cooper Lotus.
It's a Cooper Lotus. It's got a Lotus engine in it.
Well, congratulations. Thanks again for helping us put on the 33rd Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix.
Well, thank you. Thanks you for having us. It's a real honor.
That's great. Wow. Hot weekend.
Yeah, my dad just I got to race with
I can't do anything about people stepping on my table.
The white one passed me before I get out of the downhill. Come on, guys. Get up here. Jacob's not here. Where's Jacob at?
Just call me an hour before you return it, because we're in and out of the office.
Wait, you got to go.
How was the trip?
Yeah, 1-5.
How'd everything go? Excellent. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Did you, wait. He was looking. You were walking.
I was looking right there. I came here yesterday, nobody was around but him. And he was like talking, like, just like get another shoe. Where's your big brother?
I didn't think we were going to make it over that thing.
That's why we took the free shoe. It's close.
Everybody's giving it up. More or less.
You gotta be on point.
That must be where the wire went down. You gotta walk all the way up there.
And I was actually looking.
Who knows how long and who knows how long it was.
Somebody's going to
I'll take you both of them.
wait until I hear something.
You know how to get over there? Okay, well, let's go.
I looked in my mirror after I went past the Mark IV, and I saw you go
around.
Yeah. Okay, winner in the middle, second place on this side. Yeah.
Pardon me, we got the press here.
I tell you what's weird is coming back the other way in the hay bale.
You guys can all grab a food?
Yeah, because they maybe
Make
turn
sure the
around.
logo is facing this way. Right here, please. Big smile. Okay, I'll take
the glasses off. I'll put the glasses back on.
Okay, right here again, guys. She gets a case of beer too. Congratulations. Thanks for coming to race.
Thank you.
Cheers. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, hey.
Cool, who's
Wait,
that?
wait. For 1 second. One more. That's fine. Don't worry. Y'all scrunch together there.
It's all good.
Hold on a second.
Well, at least the real Marici got up there. What kind of outfit?
Which one?
All right, good job, guys.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
I'm talking about today.
They kept calling him Chris Marici. You hear it? Oh no. They did the same thing last year.
Let me know when you're ready. You ready? I'm ready when you are.
Well, once again, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix comes to an end. It's been 33 years now at Shenley Park in Pittsburgh, raising funds for the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. It's been a fabulous race weekend. The weather predictions were iffy. The weather turned out to be fabulous. The racing was great. The crowds were bigger, and the car shows better than ever. So thanks for joining us during the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix. It's presented by the Greater Pittsburgh Automobile Dealers Foundation. And as always, the Pittsburgh Vintage Grand Prix benefits the Allegheny Valley School and the Autism Society of Pittsburgh. So on behalf of all of us at the PVGP, thanks for joining us. Please come back next year for number 34 in 2016.